Well, hello there. Hello, whoever, wherever, whenever you are. Thank you for showing up, and welcome. This was going to be a rant. It started out, I was kind of feeling ranty energy, but I couldn't really go into a full rant because the things I've seen recently in the quilting community, I'm not sure everyone really knows what they're doing. I mean, there are unwitting participants in these political troll games that are going on. I've talked a lot about the Greenland politics that have invaded the quilting, and a lot of people don't probably think I'm nuts and probably think I'm just a bitter old woman. Well, you know, what happened to my family, what happened to my daughter would make anybody bitter. But I've been for years, since she died in 2010, she was being stalked while she was still alive. And the stalking was connected to gangs in Massachusetts, where I'm from. I have family members, some of whom have been financially and professionally very successful in life. And some of that success has been due to connections and using those connections. That's why I left Massachusetts to spend the remainder of my life down here in Texas. I just felt like saying to the whole bunch of them, y'all can go to you know where, I'm going to Texas. That's what I did. I couldn't persuade my daughter. She was actually in the act of deciding to join me. She and her fiancé, who also was killed in 2010, 2 weeks before she was. Well, 3 weeks before she was. They were planning to move down here. And she thought I was being paranoid when I had said to her, at the point where you decide to leave, which is what I wanted her to do, just leave Massachusetts. Because the kind of gang my family got involved with, they will never leave you alone. And she didn't even understand it because she was a child when my nephew was charged in a double homicide, which he shouldn't have been part of. He shouldn't have been charged in. He had been asked by some of his friends to drive them to a boat ramp. He had been asked to keep the truck running while they went down to settle a score. He thought they were just going to go down and get into a fist fight, which young men, 18, 19 years old in the 1980s, rural, more or less rural county. Yeah, that's how you settled things. And it would have been a normal thing. Nobody, somebody would have gone home with a few bruises and that would have been it. But what did happen was, while he was sitting up on the road in the dark, not able to see anything what was going on in the boat ramp, his friends shoved the two guys that he wanted to settle the score with. They shoved those two guys into a car and shoved the car into the lake. Double homicide. My nephew was offered a chance to, he was an honor student, never had been in any trouble, never had been arrested for anything, well thought of by everybody in the community. And he was offered a way out because he was being honest with the police about what really happened, and they said they didn't see him as being a responsible party for the homicides. But they wanted to know from him what led up to this. What score were they trying to settle? What really was going on? that led up to this, because he was a member of the circle of friends in which it happened. And my sister, his mother, was in fact entangled with white-collar crime. I didn't realize I knew some of the stuff she did was wrong and stupid. And that's really what I thought. Mostly it's, Rena, you're being a jerk. You're going to get fired. What are you trying to do here? Well, where do you meet these people? They're like a bunch of crooks. And that's where her paranoia about what she was doing in white-collar crime. She was a certified public accountant working for 2 Massachusetts legislators and several law firms and other interesting businesses. And I never knew what was really wrong with what she was doing until years later, when I finally sat down and connected all the dots. But of course she thought, when I said these people are a bunch of crooks, she thought I knew what they were up to. All I knew was how they behaved. They behaved like a bunch of thugs. And I wondered, where on earth do you meet such people? Because they weren't our kind of people. So anyway, that's the backdrop to why I keep noticing this stuff going on in the quilters community. I mean, there's a lot more detail to the situation with the gang in Massachusetts, because it is a white-collar crime gang. Politicians, people up in the level of Mitt Romney, what's her name that's up there now, Maureen Healy? Is that her name, the governor there? The governor, Mara, not Maureen, Mara Healy. She was the Attorney General when my daughter died. And she protected one of the people who had been stalking my daughter while my daughter was alive. She protected him. She's now the governor. And she had a reason for protecting that man. I won't go further into it. I have faith that over time justice will prevail, but it's not in my hands to make it prevail. The result is that when I decided just to start my life over 5 years after my daughter was killed, the gang noticed, because they don't let go. They noticed. I had started selling quilts in a little commentary channel in 2016 and 2017. And I was doing okay. I was up to the point of earning about $300 a month. Doing quilts, you know, talking with people about what they wanted, and kind of like, it was like a quilt-along, but with the customer. It worked. You don't see people doing it, even though it's a very clever and effective way to do business as a craftsperson. But you don't see people doing it because of the trolls, because of the political propaganda, gang-based, mafia-based trolls who extort and attack anybody who's trying to run a small business and be independent. And people who've tried it know that, yeah, you have a good idea, you're going forward, and all of a sudden you just pull back. Because if they can't beat you down, they start beating your customers down. So I pulled back. That was 2017. And I've been back and forth fighting with these people ever since. Not fighting with an idea that I am personally going to win anything, but realizing that my experience and my daughter's experience shines a light on a gang that infiltrates, corrupts, and controls just about any kind of creative work group, co-op, any kind of in the quilting world, we people formed guilds, whatever. But this infiltration crowd is very effective, and it takes individuals like myself who have stumbled across the nefarious dark side of these people and know what we've seen. We have to speak up, and a lot can't, because if you have family, if you're young enough that you're working, and especially if you're an older worker who's within a few years of your pension, you don't want to rock the boat, and I don't blame you. If they get their eyes on you, they will tear everything apart, and most people know that, and so they back off. And it's sad, because as a result, our entire cultural life becomes impoverished. But I am in a position where I don't have those worries. They've already taken everything from me that I valued. I have solid faith that vengeance is the Lord's, justice will prevail, and as long as I'm here to bear witness. And bearing witness doesn't mean running around grabbing someone by the collar and shaking them until they say Jesus. Bearing witness means keeping your eyes open and being willing to speak up about what you see. So that's what I do, because the things I'm saying will upset other people, particularly other quilters who might not really have thought this through, and they don't want to. When they realize how bad it is, they don't want to see it through, so they would rather feel like I'm just a bitter old woman who needs to shut up. No, shutting up doesn't solve the problem. My daughter didn't challenge any of these people, but she didn't leave Massachusetts. And they couldn't get at me, so they went at her. And that's it in a nutshell. So what's all this got to do with the quilting community? Well, that's where it gets interesting, very interesting. There's an Alice in Wonderland theme that runs through this gang, because my nephew's involvement, my sister's involvement with the Massachusetts Mafia, the real deal, right up to the State House. My brother was a state official, and he went on to become a state official in Vermont. My niece is a state official in Vermont today. I have another niece who was in the news in 2024 for basically attacking a school committee woman on the same school committee that she herself was on, because the person she attacked was challenging DEI policies in the schools. And that niece runs a nonprofit that funds DEI programs in the schools, and she was a school committee woman. Conflict of interest 5 different ways. And the result of her verbally attacking and traumatizing the other school committee person, who simply had asked a question about, do we even have a policy? We need to talk about having a policy on identity politics and girls' sports. Let's be proactive and form a policy. It's, that's all she said. But it was enough, because the minute they start talking about it, they're going to start looking at what my niece was doing. And that level of corporate, political, white-collar I mean, read the headlines every other day. There's a new headline on that whole subject. So how does this impact the quilting community? This gang in Massachusetts has a theme about Alice in Wonderland. And they focus heavily on artisans. I know you're saying, okay, Denise, you got a tinfoil helmet right next to you, don't you? I know it sounds tinfoil helmet worthy, but listen to the facts I'm going to lay out for you. I started to come out of my self-imposed reclusion in 2016, built up my channel to 5,000 people, selling quilts, doing just general commentary on events of the day, nothing deep. And a cluster, the actual buildup of my viewership was due to the fact that some members of this gang are in internet channel social media marketing. And they will, in fact, support and promote a channel that they think they can exploit. But sooner or later, you don't even know why you're succeeding. But sooner or later, if indeed they are behind some of your success by their quietly promoting your channel and you don't even know it, sooner or later they will come in and say, hey, we've been so good to you. Will you please do this, that, and the other thing for us? And if you say, oh, yeah, sure, and you don't have a problem with it, you go ahead, you never find out that anything was going on because everything's running smoothly. They're getting what they want. You're getting what you want. But if for any reason at all you do what I did, which is tell them to go fly a kite, and it was basically partly, I guess, my own stubborn individualism, but also because of what I've been through in my family, I smell a rat very quickly when there's a rat around. And then, of course, it's no longer Mr. Nice Guy. Then it's like, well, you ain't working with us. We're taking you down. Okay. So at that level, it doesn't seem like it's a big conspiracy. It just seems like, well, you ran into some nasty people, and now what are you going to do? You know, keep your channel up, or just let them take it down and start over with a new one, whatever. It's very serious if your channel is, in fact, your livelihood. And more often nowadays, a small business run by a family that is, in fact, responsible for the food on their table and the clothing on their children's backs, they can't afford to fool around with these kind of trolls. These are extortion rings. And they have to find ways to deal with it. They can't speak up about what's going on. They may find a way to quietly slap them down and, spend some money on a good attorney who lets them know what's going to happen if they keep it up, and they go away. They go bother somebody else. But I don't have to worry about that because they can't touch my Social Security. They can't touch the roof over my head. I don't own anything they can take. I don't have a career they can wreck. I'm in my 70s. There's really nothing they can do to me. And they've tried everything. My landlord received a letter saying they were going to sue him for $10,000. But they were willing to settle for $1,000. All they wanted him to do was shut off my internet. They really thought they could do that. My landlord laughed. I'll tell you something. You don't own a string of working-class neighborhood apartments this close to the Texas border and not know what an extortion gang looks like. Believe me. He laughed. It's another reason why I decided, I can speak up. I can afford to speak up because they don't even know who has my back. More than just my landlord. My landlord has my back because there's people that have his back. Capiche? That was one. I mean, they tried to impersonate members of my family to the police to have me welfare checked on the allegation that I was suffering from Alzheimer's and shouldn't be left alone, needed to be put away in a nursing home or something. They tried that. One of them impersonated a police detective, claiming she was investigating me. And that was the thing that really got people on my side, because as much as the local police probably just felt like I was an annoying old person who moved down here from up north and brought these phone calls that they kept receiving, like, why did I even move here to be an annoying nuisance? That was kind of their attitude. Because in the 20-teens, if you went to the police with, I mean, harassed by these people in YouTube, they would just look at you and say, so shut off the YouTube. Who cares? But now, with the fact that these people have targeted policemen's families and done the same thing to them, and some of it is the same crowd trying to destroy society, well, now they take it a lot more seriously. And when this one, she's an Indiana woman, tried to push her way through, pretending to be a detective, and they asked her credentials, and she took offense that they would question her. You know, it's like, you don't do that to a Texas police department when you're calling from up north. So I could have been just totally worth the contempt the police probably wanted to have for me, but they still would have been on my side from what she did, because she started pushing their buttons, and they just said, hey, the senior officer came by and asked me a few questions about why was this going on and what was behind. I told them what happened, that I had, I had an issue with these trolls, and there's nothing, it was just kind of stupid as far as I could see. But he said, well, she shows up down here, she's going to be arrested for impersonation. And the harassment, they were also taking very seriously. And some of it, because some of it was attached to politics of these so-called revolutionaries, these anarchists. And that's where this thing that's going on in the quilting community comes in. The Alice's Wonderland quilt. I'm one of the people sewing that. I show up in the chats once in a while. I don't belong to the Facebook group. I stay out of Facebook. It didn't even occur to me that the Alice's Wonderland was connected to another play by the same troll gang. Back in 2017, they did a political game which involved Alice and Wonderland. Now, everyone knows the book, Alice in Wonderland. And this gang is more like a cult. If you want to know what I'm talking about, Google Cicada 3301. Cicada 3301 will bring up a lot of material that's going to be confusing. But in a nutshell, what it is it's a puzzle game that was put together by some programmers back in probably the 1990s. And it was just called Cicada. And it was a social networking program, code, that this guy wrote. And then he released it to the public by saying that the project had gotten too big and he had other things he had to do, so here's the code, You know, you could go to like GitHub and places like that and get code for open source projects. So he made it open source and said he'd been calling it Cicada, but it really didn't have a name. And it was all about social network, exploiting social networks. Keep that in mind with what I'm going to now describe about the exploitation of craft communities like the quilting community. Now, this, as I said, this gang is also very cult-like. It does have a religious kind of political philosophy guiding it. The political philosophy is basically anarchist. The religious philosophy is basically Gnostic. But there's a modern splinter of Gnosticism called Discordianism. That's what's running the YouTube extortion rings. If you have a group in Discord, you've already swallowed the bait. They set up the Discord platform to get people to set up their social networks there instead of in Facebook or in addition to Facebook, whatever. But the Discordian platform is run as a gamer platform for gamers, and it is gamers who are in the upper echelons reading all of the identifying code that when you log on anywhere, you know, that's how police catch criminals. They say, oh yeah, we know he was here at that time and then he was searching for this over there and, you know, he went to that ATM in that city there at that time and blah, blah, blah. Well, that's because there's an identity attached to every computer and every phone and every device so that wherever it logs on, even though you might have 10 accounts and 10 different nicknames, so that people looking at the accounts have no clue who you are, the number attached to your device reveals who you are. And the code, people who know what they're doing in the upper echelons of the Discord platform, they don't care what the quilters are doing and who's around. Oh, that's my thing, you know, come to my channel and join my Discord. That person doesn't have access to all that stuff. That person's not up to anything bad. But this other layer behind it. Getting back to Alice's Wonderland. Okay. As I said, this group, there's a religious aspect that is related to Gnosticism. If you don't know what Gnosticism is, it's actually in and of itself nothing bad. Most people would say, well, that's just very interesting stuff, because it's older than Christianity. Jesus himself may actually have been influenced by Gnostics, because if you know about Christianity and the Essenes and the Dead Sea Scrolls, a lot of Gnosticism shows up there. And there's been a lot of discussion among scholars and historians about how far the influence went on Jesus growing up, because some of his teachings repeat themselves among the Gnostics. But the Gnostics are not Christian. The difference is that the Gnostics are more like New Age, where you become godlike through these various things that you can do. It can be very occult. But there's also an aspect to it which you can see when you start to think about it. This is what's ruining in our society. This idea that the earth is a prison and physical life is bad and you have to ascend to the spiritual realm. I'm not going to go into all the philosophical problems, but the reason for identifying it as having a religious background is because When there is a religion involved, that's where people can become fanatically devoted. Not the average person who's just chit-chatting around on YouTube, but the actual deeply initiated, ingrained activist who really takes everything seriously. When that person has a religious focus, that's where they move from being a gang to being a cult. And the thing about religions is that they use symbols, and we know this as Christians. It doesn't matter what kind of Christian you are, Baptist, Protestant, Catholic, Orthodox, or even any of the Christian adjacent groups like the Mormons or the Unitarians or some of the others. The same symbols crop up over and over again. The cross, angels, the Star of Bethlehem, different verses that are known from the Bible. They'll all be used by all these different groups, many different ways, but most of the people who would use any Christian symbol are also, they revere that symbol. They take offense if that symbol is insulted or, vandalized or whatever. And the same goes for other religions. If you are Muslim, you take offense if somebody disrespects the Quran and other symbols that go along with the Muslim world. Jewish, the same thing. Take offense if people disrespect the Star of David and other things that go along with being Jewish. So this Discordian gang, this Gnostic kind of group, it's a cult. Alice in Wonderland is part of their cult scripture. And I only can say this because if you do the research on Cicada 3301, you'll notice the strong elements that come up in the puzzle world. And most of those people are quite innocent, just doing interesting stuff. This nefarious gang, it's like if you have a Christian cult of maybe 4 dozen people, they can cause a lot of problems and commit crimes. But the millions of other Christians in the United States are not. They'll be saying the same things, but they're not doing the same things, okay? So the same thing goes on with this Cicada cult. I don't know how many, but there are probably 100,000 at least people who play the Cicada puzzles. Nothing to do with any of this nefarious stuff. But you do see the elements of the Alice in Wonderland thing, which is a Freemason thing. And that's part of the Gnostic thing. The Freemasons are basically similar to a Gnostic group. Not exactly the same, but very similar. The story of Alice in Wonderland, going back to its original author, Lewis Carroll, does carry a lot of Freemasonic symbolism. This cult, the Cicada 3301 cult, relies heavily on Masonic symbolism, quite differently from what your average Joe Blow belongs to the local lodge guy would do. And so when you see the Alice's Wonderland thing, at first I didn't even suspect anything was going on with it. And there's more since then. This is why I'm doing this today. When I first ran into it, it was Alice and Wonderland. I was running a channel. The channel was picked up by this group of cyber social media activists, and they were promoting my channel because they thought they could exploit me. And one of the things they look for when they want to exploit someone is a death in the family. This is where the creepy occult side of their religion comes in. They look for people connected to death. And I have spoken about my daughter being killed in 2010, and I've spoken about these other things. That attracted their attention. I thought I was looking at a harmless American political riddle game in 2016 when I saw a riddle about Alice and Wonderland. It was part of the Cicada puzzle game. And that's how this cult finds people. It's social media, you're going to see stuff, and you react to stuff. And if you react to the puzzle game, they're watching to see who's reacting. Well, I reacted. I thought, well, that's interesting. I saw all this chatter going on about people who were trying to solve the riddle. I forget exactly what the riddle was, but it had the phrase Alice and Wonderland in it. And everybody who was trying to solve that riddle was changing it to Alice in Wonderland, which of course is the original book. But I said to myself, I said, these people are a bunch of nerds who write code. That's what the Cicada 301 is all about. It's all about codes and puzzles. I said, if somebody writes code and presents a riddle, they don't make a grammatical error, like substituting the word and for the word in. They meant for that word to be there, so I'm going to try to solve the riddle with that word in it. And lo and behold, I solved the riddle. And I thought it was hilarious. There was all this big to-do, ta-da about it. Old lady on the beach outwits all these younger, educated code writers. And I laughed. I said, no, it wasn't code at all. It was basic common sense, English grammar and common sense, both of which are in short supply these days. That should have been the end of it, right? But the group that was running the Alice in Wonderland thing, the answer to the riddle, brings us to the political terrorism. Because Alice and Wonderland was actually an article about the petroleum industry in Saudi Arabia. And I didn't really see anything significant about it, but this cult is obsessed with the petroleum industry, with international shipping, with ports. This cult caused the evacuation of the port of Charleston, North Carolina, or South Carolina. I always get it wrong, but in the Carolinas there. The port of Charleston is a pretty big port on the eastern seaboard. And they played a prank to evacuate that port in 2017, and that was pretty serious. One of them got arrested. A guy named George Webb. His brother was the one who was focusing on me, not only because I called attention to myself by solving the Alice and Wonderland riddle, but I live in Corpus Christi, a big port, and one they were really focused on because if you remember the Keystone Pipeline controversy of the 2015 and 16, I forget exactly when it got shut down, but it was in that time range, 20-teens. That pipeline that was being built from Canada to the Gulf Coast, Corpus Christi would have been the end point to put that oil from Canada onto ships to go out to sea. So this group, they're known to security around here. I had no idea what was going on, but I found out right quick. Because George Webb, the one who got arrested for the the prank, basically it was an attack to evacuate the place. It affected that badly. Well, his brother was the one who was focusing on me, started making videos talking about me and saying that because, if you watch my videos, I'm into zero waste and sustainable living and all this stuff, natural products. So he tried to twist that into saying I was an eco-radical and tried to kind of write me into their terrorist script. And he made some videos which showed some electronic gear that you do see on boats. I don't know if he realized it or not, but I have been around boats. I've been sailing. I know a little bit of what I was looking at. And I got upset, and I immediately called the Port Authority. Now, this gang had already set it up. They thought I was going to call the local police. That's why I said earlier they were making all these stupid phone calls. They were setting it up so that if I had called the city police, they hoped the city police would, oh, that's a crazy lady again. Just tell her not to worry about it and don't worry about it. Just don't even make a report. That's what they're hoping would happen. But I already knew what I was up against with this extortion ring because they'd already put pressure on me. I'd already received a threat from one of their friends that said, you need to work with this guy, and if you don't, I'm going to say this and that and the other thing about your brother. And I just proved to him that if he tried to say that, he'd look like a fool because it was so quick to prove that he was lying. And I said, my more interest to me was, where did you get this lie to tell? Where did you get enough information about my brother to even connect such a lie to him? Where did you even find out I had a brother? I was much more interested about who was feeding this guy that information than in what he was saying. And he was no threat because he had no idea how stupid the lie was. But that's what I was dealing with.
Goddamn memory.
That's what she was dealing with. But, after all of that, this is what Pavana got out of that stream.
This was going to be a rant. It started out, I was kind of feeling ranty energy.
No, de gosh die donna. You wise no shitta.
I'm just a bitter old woman. I'm just a bitter old woman who needs to shut up. What are you trying to do here? Y'all can go to where. I've got a few stubborn hairs on my chin today. Ow. There we go. Much better. I have faith, solid faith, because of the trolls. You do what I did, attack anybody. You don't want to rock the boat. Back off. Capiche?
Eesh.
Alice in Wonderland, 2017. Alice in Wonderland. Not bad at all. I smell a rat very quickly when there's a rat around.
Of course she does.
And this gang is more like a cult. If you want to know what I'm talking about, Google Cicada 3301.
Yeah, Google it. Google it, and you'll find all about how it was hijacked. Hijacked by our buddy Thomas Schoenberger. So apparently Thomas Schoenberger got pissed off because on one of my last streams, which has been a few weeks, but in one of my last streams, we played a deep dive that Baby Fist had done. And Baby Fist actually came on panel for a short while, and he discussed his findings in his deep dive into Pavana and Jesse's modeling websites. And apparently that didn't sit well with Thomas, because Baby Fist then later in a chat said that Thomas apparently had sent him an email threatening to depose and or sue Baby Fist because, Baby Fist doing a deep dive and coming back and saying that, hey, look, all this rhetoric about, Jesse and Pavana being child traffickers and pedophiles and, shit like that is completely unfounded. And that in his deep dive of our sites, he had really found nothing wrong or nothing nefarious. And as I say, apparently that pissed Thomas off, because that blows his whole narrative. And, Baby Fist has always made it very clear that he was friends with Thomas. And, I have, for one, and several others, have told Baby Fist in the past that, if you get out of line and out of step with Thomas and what Thomas's narratives are and what he wants to put out about people, and you don't do as you're told, Thomas is going to turn on you and throw you under the bus, and you're going to become a target. And apparently it sounds to me that, that's what's going on in the background. Thomas is pissed at Baby Fist. And I've said many times, Baby Fist has always been straightforward with us when he's been on or in the chats. He's always been honest as far as I know. And, I gave Baby Fist kudos for, taking the time to do this deep dive and put out a video about it, because I think it was very important that somebody from the other side, let's just say, actually came out and was honest about, what was the findings. And so again, I say kudos to Baby Fist. And for those of you that might not have been here and got an opportunity to see that, I'm going to let that play while I get ready to eat my dinner, and then we'll be back shortly.
All right, we're going to get this started. It's just going to be a quick one, I think. All right, sorry for the echo. I was making sure everything was coming through and my volume was appropriate. So last night, I was watching Eon Wills. So if you want to tune in, that's what it's going to be about. So here on the screen, we're going to listen to one song, and then we will hop into the content. I didn't tell anyone I was going live. I just kind of want to cover this because everyone gets shit wrong, and that's okay. We all get shit wrong sometimes. We go. Shadow Vision Radio incoming.
That's true. They do get shit wrong sometimes, and apparently Thomas doesn't like it when somebody points out that he was wrong.
We got brand new content. Damn, a bunch. We'll just play the Silent War. I don't know if I've heard
damn. The big baby's coming. They want me in the game. Yup, the big baby's coming. Let's get it. Get it.
We're just going to jump right into this, I think. So last night, I'm not going to play the Eon Will stream because it was just a bunch of people getting mad at each other and getting facts wrong. But the fact of the matter is, people were talking about Jerry Davis, whatever you want to call him, his Spotlight Teen thing, and saying he's a pedo and things like that, insinuating that, and saying his wife did porn. So we're on YouTube, and I am capable of showing all of this. So I'm going to show this just because, like, we're on YouTube and you could see it, so it's probably not as bad as you think it is. So before it was taken off the Wayback Machine, here's some of the examples. This was the home page from the earliest capture that captures Spotlight Teens. There's just some links here, and this is a request for digging about it. Here was the thing Jesse Davis showed on his stream regarding the disclaimer, whatever they wanted to say it was. So, let's see. I believe it's scrubbed from it. Yeah, this URL has been excluded from the Wayback Machine. So, but we do have some images here. So there was a membership that people were really worried about. It seemed to be nothing. You were able to support them. So here's some images from the actual site, since everyone wants to talk shit without knowing anything. I'm not going to make claims to who these people are or anything like that, because that's no one's business. But this is what the site looked like then. This is a very mild site that offered headshots and photo shoots for teens. So everything seems very normal. The fashion is very 90s, late 90s, early 2000s. So nothing there is nude, incorrect, or anything crazy. And I looked into this because I was told originally Jesse Davis was bad man, and I needed to find out. So we continued to look into it. Okay, sorry about the buffering. I have weird internet setups. So we continue here, and this is an example of a single person on the site, and this is what... Oh, I agree 100%. I'm not saying anything bad about it. This is all very normal, like I'm saying. Like, this is very time appropriate as far as what the website looks like, the content. Okay, and we continue through. This is links to get to other stuff based on the site. So this is where people confuse what Jesse's site offered and what is an advertisement on a site, which you don't have full control over. So we are not affiliated with these sites below and cannot control their content. It says so on the website. So they want to conflate this other shit, non-nude, blah, 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 with it. So the contact link doesn't work. The mail info at the time. Look, and right here it says we are not affiliated with the sites below. Okay, cool. So if you're really worried about that, there is what is the controversy, the problem, the good side, the who are they, which is the Spotlight Teens, which was their thing. So this is all documented, and people want to make it something it's not. So I'm not going to read this whole thing, but I bad man, but I have it documented. So you could come read here. I see I keep buffering in and out, but I've tried to pause when it happens because I see it on my end as well. Thank you. Yeah, I know. Like, so let's continue. This was the controversy that they want to bring up, but instead, like I said, Jesse showed this. Where is it? This one on stream, which is kind of the about section. And this is what people wanted, but because people aren't willing to be factual or keep the evidence or anything. And it's not Jesse's fault. They want evidence from things from 20 plus years ago, 2022, it's 2026. And this is like a warning, like, hey, be careful if your child's doing modeling. Pedophiles are real and they're out there, and protect your children, is what this disclaimer says. And then there are affiliated sites which do walk the gray area, which Jesse was talking about. They're not affiliated with his thing at all. All claim to be non-nude but have limited access, membered area. It says strange right here. Sorry, I'll zoom in a little bit so you could read this a little better. We have more photos from these other sites, which are suspect. So these are the suspect sites, not affiliated with them. US Teen Modeling. Time appropriate, a little too sexy for some people's taste, but still non-graphic sexual. This is where it starts to get sus. Non-affiliated with Jesse. Non-affiliated with Jesse. Okay, so let's continue. This is all non-affiliated, as it says. Much of the content affiliated seems borderline, and all of these sites link back to them according to evidence from the third image, which is this one. That's why earlier we looked at that person. But this is site of the moment. This is an ad on a site. They aren't responsible for it. They're SEO or whatever. All right, so we continue. I look into some of these other sites. I'm not going to cover this because there are still sus sites from back in the 2000s that still exist. You could look into that on your own time. So we check it out. Spotlight Teens again, more into the future. This is now 2022, June. Boom, boom. Not much has changed. They tried to update some of their color schemes, things like that. And then at this time, it seems like the lifetime of the site is over. So there was about a year of this going on, maybe a little more. We will continue. And then it was taken over by probably their service provider to run an ad because nothing was connected to it. 2022, let's continue, blah, blah, blah. And then the other thing they confuse is that this other section down here, Miss Mom, as it was known at the time, was affiliated with Spotlight Teens. And this is conjecture. It says it seems they're connected. Miss Mom is a wet and messy Wham actress and seems to be an owner admin of STL, which there was no proof of that. This person is claiming it. All right. This is a kind of sexy montage of Pavana. We can play it if you want, but we're not trying to just play sexy images. Here's more. This is more from the Miss Mom site when it existed. You see it says Miss Mom. These are images that were available. Notice none of them are pornographic. Not a single one. I'm playing it on YouTube for you. You can go view this at the link like I showed. Everything's non-pornographic. Safe for work. It may be a fetish and not what you're into, but we continue. Miss Mom seemed to exist during the same time. Between 2002 and 2003, you can see the following pages. I believe Miss Mom is also no longer archived on the... Yeah, it's been excluded. Good job, Jesse. And then we continue. Here's more Miss Mom content. Pavana was pretty, and y'all are mad at the time. Here was the info, the site, missmom.com. You can see this is my computer. I still have all the same applications, basically. There's Final Fantasy in the bottom left. So I curated all this because I was told that she's real bad. And, you see they were honest in her bio, what was going on, 4 children. You could contact her. So this is the facts. And, you may not like the facts, you may not really like what's going on, but I figured I'd keep it short and simple and show you and give you a jumping off point if you're really interested in trying to be a better researcher than all the people who have looked into this for years, several times, and not been able to prove that he's as bad of a man as some people claim. So that basically sums it up. Yeah, I know. I'm showing them on YouTube. Of course they're not pornographic, Ange. Alright, well, that covers that. Boom. There was something else I was going to talk about. What was it? Hold on. Let's do this.
Yeah. Shadow Vision Radio. Broadcasting from the corners of the net. Baby fish in the building.
Well. I see we have mixed opinions in the chat, which is very good. That's what we should have. Because if you want to not be happy that Jesse allowed his wife to do that or question their relationship or values, go right ahead. That's everyone's opinion. But as far as the actual accusations of illegal content, associations with him directly being involved with exploitation of children or anyone else, I have yet to find evidence. I've looked for it plenty of times. I've tried to prove that he's a bad man, and every time I come around to it, would I make the same choices Jesse did? Probably not. Does that mean they're innately bad? No. Those are choices that they made together, and they are fine with them. They seem to have a healthy relationship. No, I would not advertise that. But, yeah, see? So you're allowed to question it, but how much control did they have over their advertising? Those are the questions we should be asking. If you, out of what we looked at, which was this, the only sus stuff is from contact doesn't work anymore. These 3, which were not affiliated with their actual site, these links here, which I didn't open due to the fact that they aren't as clean and I don't trust them as the previous sites were. And then we are not affiliated with the sites below and cannot control their content. So you want to blame them for that? Okay, I get it. But that's not the same as blaming them for exploiting Christina. And I'm not here to simp for Jesse or be like, oh, Jesse's right. Yeah, I don't think Blazin ever claimed it was illegal. She has different problems with Jesse about his sharing of personal content and then getting salty about it, and then their investigations into each other. But I'm not going to open it up today, but I was figuring out how to use this here StreamYards in accompaniment with the OBS to see if it was feasible. Oh, I'm not worried about people being judgmental. You could be as judgy as you want. You could dislike them for their opinions and everything like that. Just the facts of the matter, there was no proof of exploitation that I could find at all that was associated with them and their spotlight teams and all of that. So it's just difficult to sit there. Like, I fell asleep, the stream was on, I woke up in the middle of the night and they're all yelling about nonsense. I give a listen in for a second and I'm like, oh my god, that's like 20 years ago and you're like wrong about what you're bitching about. So, you know, it was just difficult. Yeah, I just kind of wanted to check that StreamYard out. I figured I'd make something productive of it. Yeah, I agree with that, Blazin, that things have really gotten drawn out. Oh yeah, that was the other thing I wanted to talk about. What the fuck? FBI, bro. They've been saying it for years. They're gonna get them and whatever. Now the FBI is involved somehow and they're investigating people. I would really like some more information on that and what the fuck that actually means. Yeah. I was in and out because I tried to sleep and I forgot I had it on and then people got loud. But yeah, I don't know. I think the yo, what up, Pattern? I should say hey to everybody. I think that's the polite thing to do. Ange 100, first in the room. Then we have Angel, good old Pavlov's corn dog. We got Blazin in the house. Jesse's probably lurking back there at work, like, yeah, get him, Matt, get him, tell him the truth. Nah, my mic's up right now. I'm like in orange, according to OBS. It could be a little closer, probably. I like pushed it away when I was doing things. So, yeah. Jesse claims to have called the FBI. Let's see, what's his channel? Sewer. I have too many channels I've subscribed to. Excuse me. Sewer King. That is his channel. Sewer King. One of these.
No, they won't hide.
Okay. No. So it's the one without the outro. So this shit was crazy. Right here. Alright. So.
To get her to do, and others, by the way. We can go through those emails from Jacqueline Weaver at some point, because I do have them. But yeah, that's another, supposed journalist that you were trying to get to do hit pieces on somebody.
Okay. So it's a couple seconds for Max Bit. Alright. So, I don't care what Jesse said. Sorry, Jesse.
Please, let's look at the...
Okay, so here's the clip he wanted you to pay attention to. Here's what he says. He's like, oh, pay attention to the clip. I'm Jerry Davis. Alright, caw. And he's like, I'm Jerry Davis. Listen to me. Alright. So, it's Jerry Davis, Jesse Davis, for real. Daniel over here on the actual stream that was happening on Sewer King's channel. And he's playing a clipped Zoom call so he doesn't show the FBI guy's face over here. Let's make sure we turn up from 420 to 720, whatever his max is. We'll full screen it for you.
Okay, great. So I think what I'll do, I may need to talk to you individually. It might work a little better like that, just because when I write my report, it's hard to, if two people are talking, it can become unclear about who's providing what information.
Correct.
So Jesse, if I could maybe talk to you first.
Yes. Oh, fuck. Oh,
That's live Jesse Davis saying, oh, fuck.
my God. Does the lower left-hand corner there, does that,
Okay, it says T dot parentheses SU space parentheses FBI space unlight OBS on fire, bro. I'm gonna light OBS on fire. Yeah, dude. The shirter is torture. I don't know why Jesse does it. He needs to clip it, and then maybe I'd watch that. Normally, just set the phone down in the background, turn it down till David stops talking. So he removes the chat so that we could see clearly over here on the right-hand side. I think you can see my mouse. Yeah, we see Jesse Davis in his home. Which is crazy.
Right-hand lower corner.
We covered that.
Like,
I read it.
You can hear me.
Great.
See, talk. Holy God.
So
True.
that was his big reveal on
You just say fuck all you
Freaky Friday. And then we had, let's not get confused, that was Freaky Friday. And then he covered Denise on a really short stream, about 45 minutes, going, oh shit, I think the FBI's after us, or whatever. And she's like, that's gotta be fake. And Jesse's like, nah, it's real. And then here on Sunday Funday, he did his normal. He covers Denise. You can see her in the background there. He covers Johnny Depp and David about Hitman bullshit. He once again clips the FBI shit. And I was like, oh man, what the fuck is really going on with this FBI shit? He continues to talk about Johnny Depp with Penis Enigma when he comes up. He shows some of the documentations about victim complaints with the Department of Justice addressed to Paula Davis, which I found to be crazy. If you want, you could read this. Search Sewer King on the YouTube. It's at the 2 hour. And then there's another clip I don't understand. Like who the problem is and what the problem is. So I actually think it's in the Denise video where he plays it. Yeah. So it's right here, sorry. I was looking in the wrong video. Don't want to mislead you. So right here. Yeah. So he makes a clip for everyone for a little bit of what he discussed with the FBI agent, allegedly.
Just bring the goods.
We'll let him speak for himself.
Everybody? Let's do that.
Hear me, it sounds like. Okay, great. So I think what I'll do, I may need to talk to you individually. It might work a little better like that, just because when I write my report, it's hard to, if two people are talking, it can become unclear about who's providing what information.
Correct.
So this is at the 27-minute mark, roughly, in the Oh Denise, You Have No Clue Sewer Town from, I believe, Saturday afternoon.
Jesse, if I could maybe talk to you first.
Yes.
If we could do that, that might be a little bit easier, just to make it so things are clear.
Yes.
So, we talked earlier. I'm with the FBI in Provo, and I got your talk to you first.
Oh, but wait, he said we talked earlier, which means we had a prior conversation, me and this FBI guy, and he clearly says I'm with the FBI in Provo. Oh, fuck, Provo, Utah. Isn't that where fucking Tommy Boy lives? Oh, fuck.
I have no idea.
Oh, fuck. Yes.
If we could do that, that might be a little bit easier, just to make it so things are clear.
Yes.
So, we talked earlier. I'm with the FBI in Provo, and I got your online tip or complaint.
Yes.
And so I just was going to ask you some questions about what you submitted. I guess I'll start off getting a couple of pieces of biographical information. I think I have your address that was put in there when you sent the complaint in. Obviously, I've got your phone number. What's your date of birth? Okay. And so I guess we'll just...
So I want you guys to understand, this clip I'm playing,
Was Jesse too afraid to tell us how old he is because he's an old fart? He's just an old fart going on 80. I'm just kidding, Jesse. You ain't 80. I think you're, 62?
You're also going to realize the story's never changed. That's all I'm saying.
War never changes, Jerry Davis. War never changes. I'm sorry, the way he said that.
Start out. So this Thomas Schellenberger.
Yes.
How do you know him?
Ran across her in June of 17 via those puzzles, and he instantly looked for vulnerabilities and, things about her. And then they just slowly started sucking her into what I consider a cult. I call it a cult. It reminds me of Scientology. And he passed her off to a woman by the name of Lisa Clapier, who was supposedly, or is supposedly, a licensed awakening coach. Oh shit, is that guy actually taking notes?
Oh shit. I don't care, Jesse. My commentary, not yours. Is that guy actually taking notes? Huh. That's not good. So, I just want to get the names that Jesse talks about out here. So far it's been T.S. the Dude, Lisa Clapier, his own wife, Pavana, being involved due to Thomas's enticement, luring, whatever you may or may not call it.
Holy fuck. And they were bombarding my wife with emails and these weird fantasy style stories about spirituality and stuff, and telling her things like she was in-line descendant to inherit the wealth of the world and this and that. And Mr. Schoenberger himself often has referred to himself as the reincarnation of Saint Germain. It's really crazy stuff. So anyway, my wife got involved with the puzzles, ran into this Mr. Schoenberger, and he immediately just kind of sunk his claws into her and started, sucking her in. And after I researched it all, after she had this bad mental breakdown, because of all of this, I started researching. I found out his involvement, and I found out that he had frauded numerous women out of hundreds of thousands of dollars in very similar situations to my wife. These women also were attacked, just like my wife. And I found it odd that the first thing this man asked my wife when they ran across each other online was, "What do you do for a living? And what does your husband do for a living?" And, they seem to fish for information from you, and then they use that information against you. They twist a narrative against you, and they use it to attack you. So when my wife had her breakdown, I still didn't know who this guy was. I didn't know anything about him. And after her breakdown, her breakdown initially happened on September the 8th of 2017, so a matter of months after meeting this guy. And they had sent her, at that point, about 1,000 emails. Crazy stuff. And I have them all. And she had this breakdown, and so when I started looking into this guy, I'm like, okay, this guy's tied to all of this crap. Well, then she had her breakdown. I took her to the hospital emergency room. So on October 25th, 2 days before my birthday, 2017, she had another very bad episode. And the police were actually called to our home by our son. And the police came, and they explained to my wife that she needed to go into a facility and seek some help. they told her as long as she agreed to go with me, they wouldn't take her physically themselves. So she did agree, and I took her to the facility. While she was at the facility, she signed a note saying that they're not to speak to anyone but her husband. Well, about 3 months later, I managed to get the medical records. And within the medical records, it clearly states that they spoke to a Dr. Thomas Schoenberger, a neurologist from California.
Okay, so as far as alleged crimes, we have previous money unpaid. We have this doctor episode. So I'm trying to understand why the FBI wants in on these crimes. I'm just thinking out loud for you guys.
Yeah. And Mr. Schoenberger proceeded to tell this facility that my wife didn't need to be there, that she was just a woman that needed some sleep. And he actually gave a prognosis, his own diagnosis, and recommended that they give her Xanax, which he had told me personally in emails. If I needed to get Xanax on the street, go get some Xanax for her, blah, blah, blah. So I was concerned at that point. So I filed a lawsuit against the facility for violation of HIP laws. And I also included the info about what they said, because the Schoenberger guy said that she didn't need to be there, and he, apparently posed as a doctor, or even if they said he was a doctor, whatever the case, they referred to him as Dr. Schoenberger. Nowhere in the documents does it say he told him he wasn't a doctor, and he basically acted as if he was a doctor by what he said to them, and that's why they sent her home. They sent her home with me again with no diagnosis, no medication. There's a lot of real scary shit involved here. This guy has made people believe that he has a brother-in-law that's in the FBI, so that he's untouchable, the Schoenberger guy, and that he's got all these high connections to government. They've attempted and threatened to swap my home numerous times in emails and social media threads. They sent Adult Protective Services to my home and told Adult Protective Services that I was holding my wife captive in a compound here and that I was abusing her. Oh, fuck, Denise. That's right. That was you, wasn't it, Denise? Oh, shit. Do you think...
Okay, so we got our culprit number 3, apparently, so far. Mentioned by Jesse's own voice. He said, so Thomas Schoenberger, Denise Matau, and Lisa Clapier have been the names so far. So we got 3 suspects, guys. This is true crime in the making.
Jesse gave them the video of you admitting to filing that false report with Adult Protective Services. Oh, fuck, Denise. If you're out of bed, you better be fucking listening. They tried to send CPS here, which didn't work out because I don't have any young children any longer. But they've even recently drugged my daughter into this LARP or PSYOP, whatever the hell it is. Oh, fuck. Coon, and like I said, they've defamed my business. They've reached... She's an adult now. All of this? She's an adult now, but they stole images off her social media from when she was 16 years old, and they were passing them around all over the internet, making fun of her, sexually harassing her. They even posted stuff on 4chan and...
Okay, so there's implications of people there. We're not going to say the names yet. Let's continue listening to what he's saying to the FBI.
Coon, and like I said, they've defamed my business. They've reached out to my competitors here locally, and I have a terabyte worth of screen captures and videos. The Schoenberger created 1,000 videos on several different YouTube accounts, stalking and defaming numerous people, including myself.
I'm a buffer. So, for Blazin', I'm going to explain how my network works. I paused the video so you don't miss the video. But yeah, so I have a network where I'm on 2 networks at any given time on my Wi-Fi, and they all switch at different hour. Oh, I saw a little heart appear. So, I'm so sorry about my crappy internet, guys. It's the price you gotta pay to be secure nowadays. It's just not made for. We go back to when he mentions 4chan and 8chan and 8kun, because that's sort of like probably a reference to me. What the hell, internet? I could drop my throughput, maybe. No data. No data. We're gonna finish this video.
She's an adult now, but they stole images off her social media from when she was 16 years old, and they were passing them around all over the internet, making fun of her, sexually harassing her. They even posted stuff on 4chan and 8kun, and like I said, they've defamed my business. They've reached out to my competitors here locally. And I have a terabyte worth of screen captures and videos. The Schoenberger created 1,000 videos on several different YouTube accounts, stalking and defaming numerous people, including myself and my family. We kept getting his channels taken down. He would put another one up, and I have like 950 videos.
Oh, fuck. Did Jesse just tell him that he has over a terabyte of shit on these people?
So, Jesse's worried about coming home, finding his wife dead. He loses accounts. So there we have loss of income, maybe. But I still don't get why the FBI. This is... So we have all that going on regarding defaming images, but I still don't get it, why we're at the level of the FBI, so let's continue.
And, now, I think I mentioned to you, my wife recently received a letter, it was an email first, from this lawyer in Michigan, demanding that she take down and retract anything that she has said on social media about Mr. Schoenberger.
Oh,
okay, so I believe the rest is not actual FBI sections. We'll skim through it real quick.
Shit. So they also university lawsuit.
All right, he talks about the bogus lawsuit, as he calls it, regarding Michigan State University and Thomas Schoenberger regarding defamation from Laura Dilley's paper. So he mentions Denise Mad Cow, Mindless Minions.
Evidence that it's fucking real.
So more evidence, he says. That's not real, Jesse. That looks like AI Thomas Schoenberger.
Damn, you look confused, Thomas.
We always bring the truth, and we always bring the proof.
So here you can see the Department of Justice sending the things we looked at earlier regarding the... yeah.
And
so
we're not giving up.
Oh, shit.
That was a clip of Pavana speaking regarding this information received from the Department of Justice.
Those are words directly from Pavana, and I paused this just momentarily so you can all see the fucking Department of Justice.
Okay, so we see all that. That's good.
Shall we? Denise Mad Cow.
So here's those victim statement correspondence, I believe is what this actually is. Sending it over to the Victim Services Division of Salt Lake City. Okay, so there seems to be quite a bit of legitimacy behind this. This is that same letter about contacting them and victim notification system. They have a victim identification number, which is redacted right here, a PIN to call regarding what's going on, the email address, gamblingbug@whatever.net. That's Jesse, and then fed email at whatever. So there definitely seems to be some legitimacy behind it.
Hens are warned you're going to in law court. There is definitely legitimacy. Unfortunately for Thomas, he still wants to claim that this is all fake and, you know, so on and so forth. And he now makes claims that he contacted the FBI before we contacted the FBI, and that his so-called FBI investigation is ongoing and legit, and that the FBI laughed at us and yada, yada, yada. I mean, it's your story, Thomas. You can tell it however you want. I mean, I gave you credit where credit is due. I said that you are a master manipulator and you are a excellent person when it comes to baffling people with bullshit, which is what I think you've done to a lot of your so-called followers. You know, you've got all these people believing there's going to be this big settlement in this MSU case, and you're going to get all this money, and people are going to get cuts of the pie. But we're going to see real soon how that all works out for you. And all I can say is, you know, I told you, Thomas. I told you.
Fuck around.
Find out.
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 Fuck around.
Find out. Let's just get this shit show started, shall we?
I came in like a wrecking ball. I never hit so hard in love. All I wanted was to break your walls. All you ever did was wreck me. Yeah, you wrecked me.
streams you've done. You've dragged me and you've dragged Mindy. And wait a minute, I'm not done with you yet. Then you have the fucking nerve to ban me and not let me defend myself.
Just fuck off. It's pretty simple. Yeah.
So you can fuck off too. You bring me up one more time, and I'm driving out to fucking Indiana, and I'm taking care of you. Do you understand me?
Dude, fuck around and find out.
Do you fucking understand me? You don't think I can?
Fuck around.
You better fucking think again.
Fuck around and find out, dumbass. It's simple.
Gang. Ooh, Sewer Towns absolutely runs the net.
For the championship of the world.
Jesse Davis runs the net.
Are you ready?
8-hour live streams.
Are you ready?
Gang. Oh my god, my house is a shithole. Ha ha ha.
Let's get ready to rumble!
So let's just get this party started. We're going to start with a little comedy tonight, brought to you by Pavana and Sewertown.
Skip to my loo, skip to my loo, skip to my loo, my darling.
God, no onion. Just have to make do. Oh yeah, this is tight. More spice to drink. Oh shit, oh woe is me. Oh my god. Help, I've fallen and I can't get up. Well, hello, Denise Matto here. I'm having a hard time putting my thoughts together because I'm so upset.
Oh, this is just terrible. I can't take it anymore. Take this!
Viciously attack. People should be attacked. Yes, I mean you.
Don't hurt me.
For any reason.
I'm coming out of here.
What? Stay in the TV.
Too late, you dog.
Get off me!
You see a poor old lady, I see a bitch that needs taken down. I hate lice. I really have no life. Alright, check this out. I'm going full gorilla mode.
Yeah!
That's the power. Okay, I'm done. Back to normal. Hey everyone, welcome back to the basement.
The basement.
Here's your soda.
Thanks, bitch.
Watch your mouth.
Love you too, Grandma.
Oh, Pavana.
Positive energy. Expression, sympathy, empathy. I can't kill him. What's going on is going on in back rooms. People dying, getting killed. Is professional psychological operation, professional propaganda. Cult. What's real and what's fake? You think you know me.
This I sabía.
But I can hide it. Guess what? Guess what? Guess what? The same people claiming the FBI's after me. Claiming I'm an evil person.
You dare submit your slits off! I will fight right to your justice! Tremble before my eternal wrath!
They had made videos mentioning me. Denise Mad Cow. And laughing with the other trolls. Really? That's where the emotional manipulation comes in.
No!
And we all have to be awake enough to see. Okay, let's take these off for a second. All right, back you go. There we go. Good as new. And Jesse and Paula Davis. They are part of a gang that attacks individuals. And I dare say,
Hangra glash.
and that's biblical.
That's fucking biblical. So we've been gone for a few weeks, almost 3 weeks that we haven't been on. I've been busy at home. Decided to take on a large remodel project. So I've been very busy at home and haven't had time to stream, but I've been paying attention to the bullshit in the background. And between Denise and David Schurter, Thomas Schoenberger still behind the scenes, trying to script and prod David Schurter to say his ridiculous false narratives has just been hilarious. So we're going to move on and take a look at one of Schurter's from the 11th of February, about a week or so ago.
But I want to start off by saying, Daniel Dowd, are you well? Because the voicemail that you left on my phone last night, I mean, I only listened to like the first 30 seconds, but you didn't sound well in it.
Uh-huh.
And I didn't bother to listen to it because you started off with this whole, oh, you were friends with Mark Anderson and Walt Carlson. I was 19. I didn't get to Omaha till I was 19. I went to Florida when I was 20. I haven't talked to them since then. I'm going to be 60 at the end of this year. But I have a feeling that things are going a little bit crazy for you guys, because if you look at the thing and go to the description, a 14-year-old just got busted for being involved in a satanic neo-Nazi pedophile ring. Funny how that works. I have a feeling that's the reason why Johnny Dove has suddenly gone away.
Right.
And I just put the link to the news thing. You also have the link to go in and listen to Daniel Dowd's message last night. I would assume that Daniel Dowd is the one who's behind all of those Proton Mail accounts. The one who brags that Alex and George are conspiring and working with him.
Well, David, you have to understand a lot of those Proton accounts are probably Thomas Schoenberger himself, because that was Thomas's favorite thing, is to get people to set up Proton email accounts so he could have private conversations with them. The same thing he did to my wife. Oh yeah, set up a Proton account, that way your husband won't be aware of the emails that we're sending to you. Yeah, Thomas is the Proton email king.
The emails that say that Shelby County, Iowa Sheriff Neil Gross is working for them, I would be willing to bet that it's all the same. It's all Daniel Dowd. Tara Joyce loves to post Daniel Dowd's 5-hour extravaganza lives all about me all the time. I will have to say, man, out of sight, out of mind. Now that I've turned off notifications of mentions and I don't get notifications that anyone's mentioning me anymore, let me tell you, happy days.
Right.
Because I don't have to, because I'm not compelled. I don't feel compelled to actually go look at their stupid shit.
Oh, you look at all of it.
But I would be willing to bet that this satanic neo-Nazi bullshit is somehow connected to this group. Just like the first one they busted 2 years ago last September when the FBI busted that dude in New York City.
Yeah, these conspiracy theories that you all put together from the news that you see online is just fucking hilarious.
And it was connected to a global satanic neo-Nazi pedophile group.
Of course.
This is the second one. And I bet this 14-year-old is going to talk. I bet they're going to find out a lot of information on that. I bet. And I have a feeling that that's the reason why they're kind of shaking in their shoes. The last thing I have to say is, please contribute to my GoFundMe campaign, my fully functioning and backup GoFundMe campaign.
Yeah, please send him some money, you guys.
Failed again, Tara Joyce. Fail. Tried to get it taken down. You had him look all into it, probably look into all of me, and realized this YouTube station that's been up for 15 plus years, all I've ever tried to do is expose the child trafficking that I was involved with as a kid and the people that were involved with it for 15 plus years. That's my established. I'm not like Daniel Dowd, bragging about meeting minors that I'm meeting online so I can counsel them on how not to meet predators such as himself, I'd be willing to bet that this is all connected, and I bet this satanic, neo-Nazi bullshit, if they investigate it enough, it'll go back to Dougie and his little satanic temple bullshit.
Of course it will.
And I would be willing to bet that it'll go straight to his satanic temple after-school daycare program, because that's how they're fucking singling out the kids.
That's how it works, right?
And so, this is a short one. I don't feel like doing this much. I have shit I have to do. Yesterday I helped people in town the whole day.
Bet you did.
And today I have to just get stuff done that I need to get done. But let me point out, I would be willing to bet that Daniel Dowd is involved with all of these Proton Mail fucking accounts that I'm getting, named Charter, David, whatever the fuck it is, and the Owen Wingert account, and all of that. I bet it's all Daniel Dowd. He's the one who's saying that my sheriff, Shelby County, Iowa Sheriff Neil Gross, works for them. That Alex and George are working for them. And what are they involved with? A satanic neo-Nazi pedophile ring. That's what I've been saying for a while now. But you're right. The ones who are instrumenting this shit aren't as important as the fucking 14-year-olds that get caught up, wrapped up in it. You're right. The people, just like the Jeffrey Epstein files. They needed to release all the names of the victims, but all of the fucking perps, all of the people that were involved. And now they're realizing they were murdering people. Why did Jeffrey Epstein? Okay, Jeffrey Epstein had the temple on his island. What did he need all that sulfuric acid for? What was that necessary for? Were they doing some heavy-duty cleaning? And now, on that ranch, they're saying that there's at least 2 dead girls buried there. I bet there's more. All of the shit is starting to come out. And it's all connected to the satanic, neo-Nazi, pedophile bullshit.
Uh-huh.
Regardless of what Pam Bondi wants to pull out of her cunt. And
Wow.
what Kash Patel wants to pull out of his cunt. Because they're just lying to the people. But it's all about this satanic, neo-Nazi, pedophile bullshit. What was I involved with as a child? A satanic, neo-Nazi, pedophile ring.
Uh-huh.
Same fucking thing. And it needs to be exposed. It's the whole reason I wrote a book. A satanic ritual abuse survivor story. I published this in 2012. Guess what this book is all about? Huh?
It's all about your conspiracies and shit that you read.
This shit needs to be investigated, and those who fight against having it investigated enjoy the motherfucking dark. You like evil? That goes especially for my Shelby County, Iowa Sheriff Neil Gross and his entire department. And how well is it going to work for you, Neil? Why don't you go ask Chad Butler's parents? Go ask Chad Butler. He's your second in charge. Ask how well things are going in their lives. And it's not going to get any better. And that's where you're all fucking headed. I can guarantee it.
He guaranteed it. Guaranteed it.
And Daniel Dowd, I am not going to keep arguing about shit that happened, 49 years ago?
No, we get it. You don't want to talk about when you beat the hell out of and molested your nephew. We understand. You don't think you should be held accountable. So therefore, you don't want to talk about that.
Wasn't involved in a child trafficking ring. I don't believe Mark Anderson. Mark Anderson wasn't fucking accused of being involved in a child trafficking ring. Neither was Walt Carlson. And they were, by far, if you think that these Epstein files can bring down the government, what do you think the shit that was going on in Omaha would have done for all of the leaders in Omaha? You know? Warren Buffett, Harold Anderson. God, it's almost hard to actually remember all their names. All involved. All involved. You know? It would bring them all down. But it didn't bring them all down. But all of the fucking retribution that they're owed is waiting for them in the dark. And they're all about ready to take their last fucking breath. Not one of us is going to live forever. Satanic, Nazi, pedophile. Bullshit. Just like the 14-year-old got busted, just like that 22-year-old 2 years ago in New York City, the FBI busted. It's the same thing. It's the same fucking thing. The MO hasn't changed. But anybody who actually wants to contribute and help me keep going after him, everything is, or just simply spite my opposition. Want to make yourself feel good today? Donate to my GoFundMe. Tell Tara Joyce to go fuck herself.
Yeah, if y'all want to make yourself feel good today, donate to David Charter's GoFundMe.
You don't own the copyright to either my face nor my name, bitch. Despite what YouTube might want to assume. And the reason why she posts over and over and over about me every fucking day is because they're so focused on me because I'm trying to expose their satanic, neo-Nazi, pedophile bullshit.
Right.
And that's how this shit works.
You know?
But with that said, that's this blog entry. It's going on my blog. But this is my live for today. I was just going to do a short one. Anybody who's living in the United States, I sell these for $30. Tell me where I'm sending it to and who I'm sending it to, or who I'm inscribing it to. And PayPal and Venmo are the best ways to pay for that. Tell me that it's for a book. The Buy Me a Coffee, you can't tell me anything like that. That's simply for donations. The GoFundMe is simply for donations. But if you want to tell these fucking satanic neo-Nazi pedophile members to go fuck themselves, do yourself a favor and donate to me. Because I ain't going to stop. In fact, shit's just getting good.
Yeah. If you want to make yourself feel good and think you're doing something to stop these so-called neo-Nazi pedophile rings, satanic pedophile rings, donate to David Schurter's GoFundMe. That'll put a stop to all of it because his 5 viewers are really going to make a big difference, right? What a grifting piece of shit. What a grifting piece of shit. And then we'll move on to, let's see, February 13th.
Their directed energy weapon crap is off the charts. It is just, I am being inundated with it. My whole body hurts because of it. And when you are being hit by their microwave weapons, trust me, you'll know it. You'll feel it. But the reason why I put it in the title that it was because of their directed energy weapon and not because of any magic they have is because yesterday Sarah Adams wrote me and said, oh, Tara Joyce is having this Carissa idiot cast rituals on us and death rituals, and she's murdering animals in blood sacrifice to cast death curses on us. That's what I was told yesterday. They probably are doing that. It's not like they don't do that. And once they fucking start killing animals, children will come right after. But if I drop over, it's not because they have fucking magic. It's not because they have a Harry Potter magic wand.
Harry Water.
It's because of their directed energy weapon. The directed energy weapon they said they had in 2006, the U.S. Air Force went in front of Congress, said they had these weapons, and that they were going to use them on the American population to show the rest of the world they were safe. That was in 2006. We are now years and years from that. And the shit is still quiet. And now we have something called the Havana syndrome. I guess that Carissa is causing that too, slaughtering her animals and practicing her little magic spells. You know? It's stupid.
Well, it was funny because we'll finish listening to this ridiculous video, but what Pavana got out of this video was the bare bones of it. So let's real quickly take a look at what Pavana got from this video that we're listening to.
Their directed energy weapon crap is off the charts. It is just, I am being inundated with it. My whole body hurts because of it. And when you are being hit by their microwave weapons, trust me, you'll know it. You'll feel it.
Whoa, what's that? Listen the other way. I'm not don't go. Push on.
But the reason why I put it in the title that it was because of their directed energy weapon and not because of any magic they have. Cast rituals on us and death rituals, murdering animals in blood sacrifice. But if I drop over, it's not because they have fucking magic. It's because of their directed energy weapon.
Whoa. I just like this. Stop it. It's my head.
You know, no,
Anyway, that's what Pavana got out of this video that we're watching. Let's return.
But it's being done because if I drop over dead, they want people to be afraid, like they have some sort of black magic powers that they can cast on people. It's all meant for intimidation. You need to realize their only magic gift is their ability to spin bullshit. They lie, they talk about stupid shit. They want you to feel like they are way more powerful than they actually are. But if I drop over, and it could happen, but then again, it could not. It's not like I haven't been here for quite some time with their stupid weapons, and I'm still here. Still doing what I'm doing, you know? But the fact that our media can't put together that this Havana syndrome is being caused by the directed energy weapons bullshit they said they had and that they were going to use on American citizens just shows you how fucked up the media is. it's controlled. But I didn't think it could get this bad. But they're obviously upset that Kirby Summers actually mentioned me, and now people are starting to realize. And
Actually, nobody cares that Kirby Summers, whoever he is, mentioned you, by the way. Just saying.
but in the end, if you go back and look at all of my stuff, just realize spiritually, I was told by our Father, I had to get them to rise up and strike me down. So I'm just doing what I was told to do. I'm being obedient. Because they don't like me talking. They don't like me telling people what I know. And they want to shut me up. They murdered Isaac Cappy. And then not even 11 months later, they blew up that Earling, Iowa gas station, hoping that it was going to decimate me in my house.
Of course.
Terry Joyce is... I went and looked today. Something about Michael Aquino. Fuck, who knows? They work under Michael Aquino. And Michael Aquino isn't dead. He's not dead. He's just hiding because he's a chicken shit. Again, they're nowhere near as powerful as they want you to believe they are. They're just not.
But we're supposed to believe that you're powerful and you're sending the dark to everybody, right, dumbass? That's what we're supposed to believe.
And they want you to think all this stuff about them. Don't give them more power than what they have. Yes, they're fucked. They're relentless. They're obsessive. And they have no boundaries. All of that is true. But don't make them out to be more than what they are. They have no secret powers. They don't have any abilities to cast spells and do death stuff and all of that. They have none of that ability. None. They want all of you to think, because psychologically your imagination will run away with you. But they're fucking child fuckers who, for the most part, are all addicted to goddamn drugs and have no boundaries and can't have no, absolute no self-control. That's part of their whole MO. They are all excited that they can get away with whatever it is they want to get away with. And they have. I just think that that's all getting ready to come to break apart. I just personally think that God, we're at the end. And everything that's been hidden in the dark is being drug out into the shadows. Or being drug out into the light. This shit does cause brain fog. It does. It does. It causes you to have a headache. You know? A ringing in the ears. It feels like your nerves are on fire. It feels like I can feel my insides.
Mm-hmm.
You know? Their microwave weapon is bullshit.
Maybe it's just gas, or you need an enema because you're full of shit. Just saying.
But karma's a bitch, and it's about ready to be returned. And they can go fuck themselves. But Terry Joyce, your little friend Carissa, doesn't have any fucking abilities. She doesn't have any power, and I'm not afraid. And nobody else should be either. Nobody else should be either. But the fact that you're running around with a fucking witch that is promoting herself as involved with black magic, big red flag, big red flag. But then how many flags can you wave? Fuck, there's a whole parade of flags with these people and still nothing gets done. So, but if I drop over, not saying that I will, because God has kept me here and going, knowing that I won't stop. For years, despite all of their bullshit. But when it comes down to it, don't give them more power than what they have. They're like Daniel Dowd, who calls himself America. He's a super sorcerer that lives in his mother's fucking basement. That's the kind of shit that you're experiencing. That's who you're having to face. You know? Those are the kind of people. Don't be afraid of them. Don't be an idiot. You know?
Don't be afraid.
They don't have any special powers. What they have is the power of bullshit. And they're very adept with that power. They're very good at glamour. Making things seem like they appear when they're not real, when they really don't exist. They're very good at bullshit. They're very good at liars. They're very adept liars. They lie all the time. What they can't do is tell the truth. They don't have the capabilities to tell the truth. But I'm just saying, after Sarah Adams told me, oh, they're casting death spells on us and blah, 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 I told her, you know, no. You know, I'm sorry, but we don't live in the world of Harry Potter. I know it comes as a fucking shock to some people, but we don't live in the world of Harry Potter. Wave your little stick around all you want. It's not going to do shit. But their directed energy weapon bullshit, that causes issues. And they've made more than one person drop over dead with this directed energy weapon bullshit. And the fact that they hide it in secret and it's all kept secret should tell you how pathetic these motherfuckers are.
But David is too strong to fall over from those directed energy weapons. Well, David, in case you missed it, I got Pavana these soulmate voodoo doll for Valentine's Day. Yeah, soulmates voodoo dolls. Since we're talking about all this black magic, and look, we even have a Sewer Town voodoo doll. A Sewer Town voodoo doll. Holy shit. Holy shit. Well, how about a little more Pavana comedy before we continue to Mr. Shooter's next chart?
Oh, what was that? Who's there? Get away. Please, just leave me alone. Thank goodness he's gone.
That kind of stopped while I laid in bed. But
Never mind what is behind the curtain.
But
Jelly rolls.
Shirt from thrift shop.
I will be offering these for sale.
Merch. Mad Cow merch.
This is a very sharp needle. Ouch. Diamondback jelly roll. Diamondback jelly roll. And we got somebody tapping in from Central Correction Facility. Well. Anyway. And the prostitutes and the pimps, the whores, these disgusting, you know what, clean it up. It's one scam after another. What was I saying? Yeah, I mean, it's anyway. But if you were selling your booty, think it through. And I'm not complaining about the money. It's the attitude. So, you gotta look over your shoulder. now, FAFO, cult. This guy's name is Wolf. It's a flirt bot. And,
A flirt bot?
all right, we're getting a lot of nasties in here. Yeah, I don't like flirt bots. And I'm not talking about the Jews. Jesus was a country boy.
Well, life on the farm is kind of laid back. Ain't much an old country boy like me can't have. It's early to rise, early in the sack. Thank God I'm a country boy.
I am born again. Total, the whole thing. In the beginning, God created. Dieu, le bon Dieu. Or Dieu. Allah. Allah, Yahweh, figure. I'm sorry, but I love a good drama. It's a soap opera. Wow, this was fun.
So let's move along to February the 14th to the next Shirter Shart.
Okay, this is Saturday's live. Okay, I think my face, if people start talking, my face will be a little...
You have to turn the volume up a little bit for this one.
So, Doug Mesner, aka Lucian Greaves, as Johnny Dub, sent me a thing saying, "Oh, I'm not formidable," and shared that thing with Epstein where they're using the directed energy weapons for people to unalive themselves. And I can understand that because the shit's awful. It's awful. It's awful right now. It's awful right now. And I agreed to go through the worst of this. I knew what I was getting involved with when I got involved with all of this, and was told that it would be terrible, but it would be worth it. And so I'm at the best point in my life that I've ever been in my entire life. Dougie, let me give you a clue. Let me tell you about my remote viewing experience, because you keep wanting to throw that in my face. Not a fucking one of you can go where I go. Not a one of you.
Right.
You can't follow me. I go inside of myself because the kingdom of heaven is inside. And I know goddamn well that your little remote viewers can't get to heaven. Let alone, and in heaven, let me assure you, with the shit that I was trained to do and the stuff that I have practiced now for decades in my spiritual practice, there's no place in heaven I can't go and can't access. Not my remote viewing skills have enabled me. That was the whole key to you, that group, Aquino's group and Aquino, drowning us over and over and over, and then reviving us, killing us over and over and over. And I know that there's an army. There's a whole army from heaven. I'm not the only one.
I'm sure when he supposedly travels to heaven, he hears that song, Keep on Knocking, but you can't come in. Because you will never get through those pearly gates, David Charter. Never.
I'm not the only one. But what you did in drowning us and bringing us back, you were correct. It did give us an ability to go to the other side that we couldn't have got otherwise.
Uh-huh.
And spiritually, for me, I'm just as much over there as I am here, focused on it. You can't go where I go, especially to the throne room, because I end up in the throne room all the time.
You probably get thrown in a room, but it's not the throne room in heaven. Just saying.
Front of the Most High, the Most High, our Father, our Mother, our brother.
Uh-huh.
No, I do not have a throne. I am but a servant. I am on my knee in front of them, bowed, just asking what they need me to do, But
have you ever heard more bullshit in your life?
You can't beat heaven. You can't beat heaven. It's interesting because with your bullshit and these directed energy weapons, yeah, but you're never gonna get me to unalive myself. I have to. I had to be willing to agree to go through the worst of all of this and offer up my life, and I had to get your group to stand up and strike me down.
Uh-huh.
And in return, all of your group gets given to the dark. You all get to be the dark's plaything.
Right.
That's what ends up happening to you. That was part of the whole deal when I got involved with all of this. And there's no way for you. The dark is calling you all home.
Uh-huh.
This idiot that's supposedly connected to Cassandra, I don't know, Carissa, part of Terry Joyce. It is not working in your favor. You trying to use the darkness against me. It's just not going to work in your favor.
Uh-huh.
That's the thing that you guys don't understand, is that the stuff that I went through as a kid and the stuff they opened up in me and all of the training that I had with all of the stuff that they did, and it happened so early in my life that it happens instinctually. The dark just does what it does, and it's instinctive. I had to actually go to therapy and then end up finding a spiritual training in order to learn how to control it.
Uh-huh.
Because what was opened up in me did not close down. It just got stronger. And the dark, you can't beat the dark. You can't. There's a poem that comes to mind from, and it's how I put the poem actually in the description. It's from Something Wicked This Way Comes. And it's by the prickings of my thumb. Something wicked this way comes. And that's what I'm doing. To burn down this house of cards, I'm burning the foundation down. Easy peasy, right?
What the fuck, Pavana?
Cankle ankles. By the pricking of my thumb, something wicked this way comes. And yeah, do I think he's going to end up in the dark? Most assuredly. Most assuredly. You know? Yeah. 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 The bells did ring, then loud and deep. God is not dead, nor does he sleep. The wrong will fail, the right prevail, with peace on earth and goodwill towards men. And that is exactly where we're at right now. What you fight is heaven. The Most High are control of the dark as well as the light.
Uh-huh.
You know? And your directed energy weapon bullshit is difficult to deal with. It is. It causes brain fog. It's hard to think sometimes. And it's been horrid. Horrid.
Of course.
But that's because their shit is all falling apart. It's all falling apart. In town here, I want to just deal with this right away. Deputy McDaniel, you do realize that what you're doing, from what I understand, charging women and then offering them a deal to get out or lower the charges through sexual activity is sexual assault and abuse.
There's a new twist to the story. There's a new twist to the story.
And I've found out about two episodes yesterday.
Uh-huh.
And so if there's two, chances are there's more.
Uh-huh.
You know? And so as you're going to find out, like Chad Butler is finding out, you know, ask his brother and his family. Something wicked this way comes. Oh, and then let me explain to you, I also found out yesterday that Colin is dead. And the minute I found out about that, all of a sudden I had an image. I knew what that meant. The dark has begun. It starts to claim the least of you.
Uh-huh.
And Colin was the least of everything I've had to deal with around here in all the years that I've been here. Colin was the very least. But it didn't even really start with him. It started, well, it didn't even start with Mike Butler. What you are fighting, you can't win. And the funny thing about it is that it goes for all of you. Dougie, you as well.
Uh-huh.
All of you. All the people that I have been fighting, this fucking pedophile ring, and all the people who protect you.
Mm-hmm.
The only way that you can save yourselves from the shit that is right in front of you, about ready to claim you, because the dark is getting ready to claim you, the only way for you to save yourself is to repent with true contrition. And not a one of you has that even a concept of the framework of even what that would consist of. You don't have any concept. And the fun part about all of this is the lot of you, especially the ones that I'm fighting, are so laser focused on your hatred for me that you'll never do it. And that's what I want. That's what I want. I want you focused on me all the time. And I want you to hate me constantly. I want you to just focus on me, because if you're focused on me and the hatred you have for me, you won't repent and you'll be claimed. And that's what I want. That's my objective. Dougie, your group's objective is to hide all of your fucking secrets. You are focused on this life and what is right before you. That's what your group is all focused on. I've never been focused on that at all. I've always been focused on the other side and what happens next.
Who knows? Who knows?
Because what I wanted, the justice I wanted, I couldn't get on this side.
It's hard to say. I looked at his blog yesterday or the day before, and there was a ton of long rants from Thomas trying to love bomb him and convince him that Thomas don't hate him and, you know, they need to get along and yada, yada, yada.
I had to go to the other side because I would never get it on this side. So I've never been focused on this side. I don't give a fuck. You guys are, the way this game is working right now, you guys are able to try to do everything to me. My hair is fucking falling out in clumps because of the fucking microwave bullshit that you guys are doing. You know? But I know that in the end, it gets returned to you. I had a conversation yesterday, and
he's going to get his
when
head
I
down.
say that I was
It's gonna be
raised
returned to him.
to become a warlock who didn't need a coven, and what they did was they pledged their souls to me.
So now he's a warlock.
I've said it over and over and over. That was the rituals. All that had become before them, all that would precede them. As a kid, they pledged their souls to me. That was the coven. That's why I wouldn't need a coven, because I had all of them. I wouldn't need anybody. And whether or not people understand the concepts, my training can be boiled down to, I was taught to recognize energy, consciously recognize energy in such a way that consciously you could influence it. That whole mind over matter. It's all the bullshit. Go look back in the 50s and the 60s and the early 70s of all those movies. That's the shit that they were kind of focused on not just me, but, you know, but their issue is not whether or not anybody else believes me. Their issue has always been at the point when I would accept myself and actually realize that what I knew to be true was true. And I'm very good at what I do. And I find it interesting because right now, with everything that's going on, that whole shamanic journey where I was told to embrace all of the electricity that was in the planet, and Father blessed me with when I did it with the whole full blessings of heaven. I talked about it, I think, a couple lives ago. But now there's a split on the sun, and it's just hitting us with this huge wave of energy. The whole planet's going to be inundated because it's just flowing out from it. And it's the whole, basically, it goes all the way up. It looks like the sun is cracking in half. And that whole thing is just like this big microwave thing, just pumping energy at us. And it's going to happen for days. Not just ours. It's just because it's a constant flow. So as the sun moves and the earth comes there, it's just going to inundate everything. We're getting ready to have a solar eclipse. We're getting ready to have a lunar eclipse. The planets are aligning in a way that they haven't aligned for a while. It's almost amazing. And interestingly enough, with the Chinese horoscope, we are moving into the year of the fire horse, which is interesting since I'm a horse. And with everything that's going on, fire horse, I'm excited. I'm excited. But this whole unaliving me, trying to actually suggest Thomas was just like, oh, no one's going to unalive me. I had someone, oh, I'm so wanting to unalive myself. Like, you realize that kind of shit, go ahead, do it. Because in the past, what would happen is you would just end up having to relive all the shit that you tried to run away from, plus that life's bullshit. That's how it works. You don't get away from shit. You might as well just tunnel through and see yourself through. And that's what I'm doing with all of this stuff. I can't stop their shit. I can't. But I'm working on other stuff. Just keeping myself busy, trying to keep myself distracted. Yesterday, the shit that I found out in town, Bill McDaniel, oh my God. And you can fall on your knees and pray all you want. God doesn't hear the prayers of unrepentant rapists. Doesn't hear those prayers. The dark does, though. Something wicked this way comes. It's just interesting how all of this is working spiritually. And you guys do not realize you are fucked. Never having to pay a day's price, which none of you ever have. None of your family, none of you involved with all of this shit from the very beginning, never has there ever paid a day's price. There's never been justice for it. And now, do you think that the whole thing with Epstein and the whole thing with the survivors, and realizing that the survivors, people are realizing that they've never gotten justice, and it doesn't look like they ever will. That is all part of the whole judgment thing. But what I know is that those who seek justice and those who seek righteousness are about to be fulfilled. Filled completely. And it's already happening. The thing about what sending me that list of all of those people and everyone on that list was dead, you know, well, let's see. I have not watched the scene in The Boys yet. I haven't. I have to admit, I haven't. I don't watch a lot of television, and I've been doing all kinds of stuff. Not to mention I've been journeying a couple times a day. But life has been interesting.
That's right. He's been going to heaven a couple times a day, you guys.
And traditionally, the year of the fire horse is followed.
Well, enough of that ridiculousness. Let's move on to the next day, the 15th.
But I want to start off by saying, Daniel Dowd, are you well? Because the voicemail that you left on my phone last night, I mean, I only listened to like
We heard the beginning of this one.
And what are they involved with? A satanic neo-Nazi pedophile ring. That's what I've been saying for a while now. But you're right. the ones who are instrumenting this shit aren't as important as the fucking 14-year-olds that get caught up, wrapped up in it. You're right. The people, just like the Jeffrey Epstein files. They needed to release all the names of the victims, but all of the fucking perps, all of the people that were involved. And now they're realizing they were murdering people. Why did Jeffrey Epstein? Okay, Jeffrey Epstein had the temple on his island. What did he need all that sulfuric acid for? What was that necessary for? Were they doing some heavy-duty cleaning? And now, on that ranch, they're saying that there's at least 2 dead. The FBI busted.
Let's get past that. What the hell is that? What the hell is that? I don't know what the hell that is. On to the 16th.
This is going to be a short live bait.
On to the 16th.
Sarah Adams reached out to me this morning
Mm-hmm.
and is upset because I guess Tara Joyce is now trying to disassociate herself away from Carissa. That's her name. I'm going to put all of her shit in my blog. The link to her site so you can go see what she's all interested in. This Carissa idiot. But now Tara Joyce wants to separate herself, and Sarah Adams keeps telling me that Tara Joyce keeps saying that Sarah Adams is going to give me money to go get a hitman on Tara Joyce. Like anybody gives a shit about Tara Joyce. Let me just read it. Let me deal with it as it is. When she first reached out to me on the 18th, Sarah Adams did send me $50. And then at Christmas, she sent me $150. I don't know anything about Hitman, but I would be willing to bet that they're a little bit more pricey than $200. And we're now, what, in February? The middle of February. And so that $200, but it's interesting, Tara, because you associate with Hitman. Daniel Dowd. Daniel Dowd was the one who posted all those live videos as Pootie Twang of my town when he was bragging about murdering my friend Owen.
Mm-hmm.
Daniel Dowd is also, along with Corey Daniel, who's also your friend, who spent 4.5 years saying how they didn't know Isaac Cappy, weren't there, blah, 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 blah. And now the story has changed. They want to be heralded as heroes because they were on the bridge with Isaac, trying to prevent him from jumping. That's 2 fucking people Daniel Dowd has been associated with the murders of.
Uh-huh.
So you're bitching about fucking Hitman, but you hang out with them. Thomas Schoenberger sending me that shit. Dude, how fucking stupid do you think I am? Now that I'm actually making a thing, you think blowing sunshine up my fucking ass and then telling me how I shouldn't focus on Sewertown with this Jeffrey Epstein stuff. I should be focused on Bannon and Benjamin Netanyahu. And I guess Oprah Winfrey and Tom Franks fucked, like I said on my blog. Maybe fucking Santa Claus and the Tooth Fairy. Anybody but where my focus is, because it's making a difference. That 14-year-old who just got busted in that satanic neo-Nazi group, he wasn't working alone. As a 14-year-old, I doubt he was running things any more than Daniel Dowd as an adult is running things living in his mom's basement. He can tell himself whatever he wants. He can do the 5 and 6 hour fucking live extravaganzas all about me. Dude, you live in your fucking basement. The reason why you have to go after kids is because you are an incel. No woman wants a man who lives in his mother's basement. Nobody wants to move into your mother's basement with you. But Tara Joyce is running around. I know that 14-year-old, and this is the second satanic neo-Nazi pedophile ring that they busted. The first one was in the FBI busted that September. But
And none of these busts had anything to do with you, David Schurter. Not a fucking thing to do with you or anything you've said.
2 years ago, in September in New York City, this is number 2. And a 14-year-old satanic neo-Nazi group. He wasn't working alone. He was in a group. And what was he charged with? Terrorism and child porn. That's what he was arrested for. Something tells me, Daniel, that he could be one of those kids that you brag about dealing with online all the time. Of course, Thomas Schoenberger doesn't want me to focus on it. And Johnny Dubb, I know damn well that it's Doug Mesner who's sending me all of that shit about the directed energy weapon bullshit. And go read the stuff. Again, it's almost insulting how stupid you think I am. Sending me all that, oh, it's not directed energy weapons. It's bouncing off the ionosphere, and it's radiating down on everybody. Uh-huh. Is that why the media showed a picture of the fucking weapon? Which is on my blog. It's not like I took that picture by myself. That was online. It's one of those directed energy weapons. But you're right. Your fucking bullshit is just gonna, I'm baffled and bamboozled. Oh, I just don't know where to go now. Sarah Adams is not getting a hit, man. The problem that you have, Tara Joyce, with Sarah Adams is that she's so much better than you are. She's brighter. She's prettier. She has bigger tits. She has more money. She has more connections. She's what you will never be.
What the fuck?
And that's why you hate her. Not to mention, Max was actually in love with her. Was never in love with you. Was never in love with I have never come across a group of women who are so in love with the dead man. Never met him. He's dead, but they're in love with them. It's the weirdest fucking thing I've ever experienced. Because Max Spears is dead. He's never going to love you.
What the fuck?
Funny how it works that way. Things are actually coming to a head. They're actually coming to a head. And do I think that it's an accident that your little fucking Alex next door obviously isn't working today either? You know?
How would you
Waiting
know?
for me to leave because you all want to set me up.
Him?
You're going to do what you're going to do. There's nothing I can do to stop it. Thomas says, oh, dude, let me tell you. You want to know where I'm famous at? The other side. All of heaven knows exactly who I am.
You're not famous anywhere, especially in heaven.
And I'm adored. The fuck do I care for fame here? People are fickle. Shit, they love you one minute. They're willing to throw you under a goddamn train the next. For their mere entertainment. I don't give a shit about fame.
Uh-huh.
And I'm going to keep my focus exactly where it's been.
Uh-huh.
When it comes to Daniel Dowd, I have a personal score to settle with him. I don't give a shit about Benjamin Netanyahu. Don't give a fuck about Bannon. The dark does. Me, I'll keep my focus right where it's at. Tara Joyce, you'll say whatever the fuck it is that you can think of in order to prevent people from helping me or listening to me or supporting me in any way. You'll just fucking pull whatever shit that comes out your ass and fling it at the wall, hoping that it works. I'm not impressed. And you want to know what? That thing that you posted with Daniel Dowd with the 23 fucking hits, 23 people watch that video. My blog gets anywhere from 5 to 20 fucking thousand people a day.
5 to 20,000 people a day. He's bragging about how many so-called hits his blog gets, which we know are mostly fake hits, and he's bragging about it, but he's not worried about fame. No.
So who's reaching more people?
Not you.
Who's actually making a difference?
Not you.
And as far as that whole situation with Kirby Summers, let me tell you my first fucking impression out the whole thing. I thought it was a setup. I still think it's a setup. Someone that I didn't know, that was completely out of the blue and anonymous, comes into my comments and says, oh, things are going to go well for you because Kirby Summers is talking about you on the Sean Atwood show. Oh, really? The same Sean Atwood who just reposted that video of Corey Daniel and Alicia Ray that was done years ago with their bullshit about Isaac Cappy. That same Sean Atwood, who I only left one fucking comment, has hearted it at least 4 or 5 times. I think he undoes it, then he does it, then he undoes it, then he does it. Try and capture my attention. Because what? I'm going to be so, oh my God, I'm so impressed that Sean Atwood had someone mentioned me on the Sean Atwood show. Sewertown has been begging me to debate them for a long time. Can't get it through their fucking heads that I keep saying, I'm not interested in having it debated. I'm interested in having it investigated. And they think if they can trash me, that that'll prevent that from happening. And that's not going to happen. The cat's out of the bag. But do I think that Sean Atwood is trying to get me to reach out to him so I can come be on his show? You know? Fuck that. You know? Oh. And they're all in here because they don't like what I'm saying. Daniel Dowd, do you not like what I have to say? Poor little Daniel Dowd lives in his mom's basement. Would be awful if the dark took away your meal ticket. Would be awful. I would be willing to bet it would be something you're afraid of. Because you want to know what else loves me, wants to protect me, wants to help me in any way it can? The dark. Funny how it works that way.
Funny
how it works that way. And that's Carissa. Go ahead and cast whatever stupid shit you want. Go whatever happens. You're powerful. Oh, we all bow to you, Carissa and Tara Joyce and all and Paula Davis. We bow to you. The only thing great about any of you are your egos. Thomas, Dougie, Gabe, Brett Trimble, Corey Daniel, Alicia Owen, Paula Davis, Jesse Davis, Manuel Chavez, a.k.a. DeFango, Daniel Dowd, Geo Farnsworth, Tara Joyce. The only thing great about any of you is your fucking egos. Otherwise, not so much. Not so much. Nobody's impressed.
Oh, what a fucking idiot.
You don't see me running around following any of you.
Of course.
Sending you emails, calling you on the phone, getting in your fucking lives. I have once or twice. It's been fun, but not something I would do all the time. The last time I did it was on Tara's live. And her voice getting shrill by the more shrill by the second. Was enough to give anybody a headache. It was definitely killing my bath vibe at the time. Even though I spent a lot of time laughing about it. But nobody's getting a fucking hitman. Nobody gives a shit about you, bitch. What the fuck can you not get through your thick ass skull? I want you to live a long time. I want all of you to live a long time. And that's exactly it. Dougie, you sending me that thing of I know how to live forever. There is no death on the other side, idiot. We all live forever. It's where you're going to be is the question. Not one of you is making it to the new garden, which means you're going to be in the fucking dark. And you are going to spend an eternity doing nothing but constantly wishing for a fucking death that's never going to find you. And I know you fucking dumbasses run your ego. Oh, I'm more powerful than that. We'll see. If you were so powerful, you wouldn't be emailing me. You wouldn't be making videos about me incessantly. You wouldn't be focused obsessively on me like you are. If you actually believed your bullshit.
So has anybody else ever got this weird ass message? I just posted it here. So I tried to post the StreamYard link and I get this message that says YouTube rejected your comment. This is fairly common when sharing a link. You may need to share the link in another way. So apparently YouTube is not allowing me to share my StreamYard link in StreamYard. Make that make any fucking sense? What the fuck? I posted it in the YouTube chat, but it won't let me post it here in StreamYards. And it won't let me pin it. I don't get it.
You have to get little Alex with his 5 foot itty bitty. He's only 5 foot. So you know. I guess it's that machismo stuff. Because if I was his wife, I would have dumped him a long time ago. He offers really nothing. Not that I can see anyway. Evil shit. And you know what would be fun? You know what would be fun, Alex? If you were forced to watch your daughter waste away.
What the fuck? So he's doing the same thing to his neighbor Alex that he did to his neighbor in Algona, Washington. And he's saying, you know what would be fun, Alex? To watch your daughter waste away. What the fuck kind of sick shit is that?
Not that I can see anyway. Evil shit. And you know what would be fun? You know what would be fun, Alex? If you were forced to watch your daughter waste away. That's what frightens you. The dark loves to serve me. And I don't even have to leave the confines of my own fucking house to do it. And for the rest of you, you're right. I'm just not giving these fucking pedophiles enough fucking love. You pray for their forgiveness. You pray for their redemption. You go ahead and dismiss everything about them. Fuck, that's been the history the whole time. Everybody looking away at the fucking pedophiles. making excuses, how they don't have anything to do with anything, and so they don't want to get involved. Okay, don't get involved. See how it works for you. Because if you don't stand up against it, you condone it and are complicit with it. That's what judgment is all about. But Tara Joyce, shut the fuck up about a hitman. You hang out with the whole group of them. Corey Daniel, Daniel Dowd, Geo Farnsworth, you're friends with fucking all of them. Nobody wants to fucking listen to you whine. And again, the only reason why you're against Sarah Adams is because she's so much more than what you'll ever be. Prettier, bigger tits.
What the fuck?
More well-connected. And Max Spears actually loved her. Max Spears himself actually loved her. Something not one of you dumbasses will ever experience. And I'm talking about the lot of women who are in love with the dead man, who are open about being in love with the dead man, how they're seeking the love of a dead man and don't fucking even have an idea of how fucking whacked out that sounds. I think people are starting to remember the programs because now we're starting to feel safe. Because there are people out there that are actually talking about it and validating it. And let me point out, I'm not the only victim who's being validated by these Epstein files. We all are. We're all being validated. Everything we have said that we
He's now being validated by the Epstein files, you guys. Holy shit.
experienced is now being validated in those, in the Epstein files. We're all facing validation. So, of course, now that we're starting to feel safe and validated, the shit's starting to come up because we can't heal unless we get past it. Get through it. I don't think there's a getting any past it, but getting through it. I think that's the reason why people are starting to remember now. It's not uncommon for people in their 40s, late 30s, early 40s, the programming starts to break down. What you see with a lot of victims is that around that age, we all have, I wouldn't say a nervous breakdown, because I don't think it is a breaking down, but it's more of a building up, you know?
If you say so.
I think it's the reason why is because, and there's so many of us now. How can you deny your own trauma and your own abuse when there's so many people out there? We're all talking about ours. And a lot of you who are victims of this stuff recognize the fellow victim, whether or not that victim is playing on the good side or the bad, on the good team or the bad team, because there's a lot of us who are out there who never left the cult, who are playing on the bad team, setting up other fucking victims that they find as a threat. I think that for the first time, victims are actually starting to get a sense of their own humanity. And it's our humanity that gives us strength. God is here. All of heaven is here. All of heaven. And those who seek righteousness will be filled. Go read the 8 Beatitudes. I think the survivors, and I'm not going to change my focus. I'm not going to change my focus. Not now, not ever. Not until I'm told by heaven to change my focus. The directed energy weapons are weapons. It's boots on the ground. Not to say that they don't have fucking lasers in space. Mark Esper's Department of the Defense admitted that they did. But those weapons that they spoke about in 2006, those directed energy weapons, they said they were going to use on American citizens to show the rest of the world they were safe. Those don't bounce off the fucking ionosphere. They're fucking weapons that they can direct at people. And you can send me all the fucking anonymous bullshit you want. I don't know who you think you're baffling with your bullshit. Certainly not me. Whispering your sweet fucking nothings in my ear. You serve the fucking devil, and the devil lies. It goes in one ear and out the other. I have really good powers of discernment. If it sounds like bullshit, it most generally is.
You sound like nothing but bullshit.
But I'm fundraising.
Of course you are.
And I see yesterday I posted on my blog that Tara Joyce is saying, oh, David got a laptop from Cheryl and Schlechter. Yes, I did. Yes, I did. Never going to use it. Came straight from Sewer Town. You know? Maybe she wants to send me my groceries next. Wouldn't eat a fucking bite of it. Because I may not be interested in killing people, but Sewer Town has a long history of being involved with people who end up dead.
Uh-huh.
It makes them feel powerful to murder people. All Tara Joyce is trying to do is distract from her own self and her own group.
Uh-huh.
Daniel Dowd murdered my friend Owen and bragged about it. And now he wants to play a little bitch because I'm holding him fucking accountable for it. Him and Gio would have never figured it out had you dumbasses not bragged about it. Not gonna let it go. Not gonna let it go. Never. You know? I don't know who Katie Groves is. I don't know who Katie Groves is. But if her thing is inactive, most likely they took her out. That's what they do when they can't control you. It's just a bit different for me. Their stupid shit doesn't work for me. And Mike Lucchino knows what's going to happen. You can't just take someone out like me. They should have realized it with Jeffrey Epstein, because I know exactly what Jeffrey Epstein stood for. I know exactly what he was doing in that temple. Chances are he didn't give his power away. Certainly didn't take himself out. And there's repercussions when you go against the rules. Heaven might be forgiven, but the dark is not. Okay, I don't know what the Zodiac Club is either. What's the Zodiac Club? I don't keep abreast on all their stupid shit. All their little fucking games, all their little clubs, all their dramas. For me, there's only two groups. Those who serve heaven, those who are going to get claimed by the dark. That's all that ever works. I don't give a shit about their titles and all of the stupid shit that they tell themselves and tell everyone else. I could not give a fuck less. Any more than I care about someone who comes away from a Dungeons and Dragons game and starts talking about, oh, I'm a master of the realm of Pern and blah, blah. Okay. When you want to come back to reality is when I'll be a bit more interested.
Uh-huh.
Don't have any interest. No interest at all. San Francisco Guild, Zodiac Club. You know, what I found interesting about San Francisco is that building that has the 3 fates on it. But it's not going to save that.
Let's get through this.
On Nebraska. Blood rituals and human sacrifice.
Well, enough of that silliness and stupidity. Jesus Christ. So, a few weeks ago, maybe a month ago, we were talking on a stream, and I showed some screen grabs from Thomas Schoenberger, where he was claiming that he has now filed a 3rd lawsuit, which is basically the same suit that he's filed twice prior. It all revolves around MSU and Laura Dilley's paper and this whole conspiracy of people out to get him and the defamation of Thomas and all the harm on his reputation, yada, yada, yada. We've talked about it quite a bit. He originally filed a case in Michigan Court of Claims against MSU and their Board of Trustees. Then he filed a second case, basically the same case, in the Wayne County courts in Michigan, only he added Pavana and Lisa Derrick as defendants. We hired an attorney in Michigan, and we had a hearing in the Wayne County case. And Pavana and Lisa Derrick were in fact dismissed from that case. So then Thomas starts talking about another case that he filed. And as you can see in this image here on, let me move the chat out of the way for a brief moment. And I'll make this full screen. But down in the bottom, you can see the date on this is January 22nd, 2026. And you can see Thomas says, we also anticipated that Paula Davis would pull a stunt with her slimy husband. The stunt he's talking about is the fact that we hired an attorney, and our attorney made an appearance in that Wayne County case, and that we got dismissed from the case. That's the so-called stunt that Thomas is talking about. He goes on to say, that is why we filed a 3rd lawsuit in federal court last year. Last year meaning 2025. He says the Davis household is unaware of that one. So this was January 22nd, 2026. So not even a month ago. And he claimed he filed a 3rd case in the federal court in Michigan, but we were still unaware of it. So basically, to me, that says Thomas was basically hiding that case. We were unaware of it. And he says Paula Davis is one of the named defendants. So this week, Pavana gets up one morning and I'm already gone, and she finds a manila envelope taped to our front door, and we open it up, and it is a summons in a civil action in the United States District Court of Eastern Michigan. It is the summons for the federal case that Thomas filed last year, the case that in the end of January, less than a month ago, he claimed we were unaware of. And then today, I actually received a big manila envelope in the mailbox. How professional is this? It's a manila envelope with a normal taped envelope taped to the front of it with our address on it from Thomas's attorney. I mean, you can't print the manila envelope. You have to print another envelope and then tape it to the front. Are you kidding me? How unprofessional is that? And then within that envelope, again, is the 32-page ridiculous brief, I guess you can call it. 32 pages of ridiculousness, all the same bullshit that he claimed in the Wayne County case that Pavana was dismissed from, claiming defamation and harm to his reputation and, invasion of his privacy, civil rights violations, all that bullshit. The same case, but he's now filed it in a federal court to try to take it to federal court. Then within there was this order to extend time to serve the defendants. And what I found odd about that was that order was filed in the courts, and he was claiming that Pavana was evading service. He said that Pavana was evading service, so he was unable to serve her. So therefore, he asked the court for additional time to be able to serve her in a unconventional manner. In other words, not personal service, because he claimed she was evading service. My problem with that is, how can you claim we're evading service, Thomas, when in fact you yourself said that we were unaware of the case as early as, or as recent as January 22nd, but yet you filed this supposedly in December of 2025. You filed this in December of 2025, and I can show you the file date on it, guys, if you can see it. Filed December 22nd, 2025 was when he filed an order for extension of time to serve the defendants. So you filed this order with the court in December 2025, claiming that you couldn't serve Pavana because she was evading service. But yet in January, on January 22nd of 2026, you talk about this federal case that you filed last year, and you say that the Davis household is unaware of it. So how can it be both ways? How can you supposedly be attempting to serve Pavana in a case that she's unaware of, but yet claiming to the court that she's evading service? It all doesn't add up. It makes no sense. It's probably not going to make sense to the court either. But the other problem I have with you claiming evasion of service, how can you claim she's evading service, Thomas, when in fact we responded to your frivolous case in Wayne County? We not only responded to it, but I was sitting in the court hearing on November the 6th when Pavana was dismissed from the case. So why would we supposedly evade service, or you claim we're evading service, when we in fact appeared in that case and she was dismissed from that case? The other problem I have with you claiming evasion of service, Thomas, if you claim that you couldn't serve her personally, you're fully aware, obviously, and so is your attorney, you're fully aware that we have paid an attorney to represent us in your frivolous lawsuits. So why did you nor your attorney not notify our attorney and serve us through our attorney? That seems a little sus to me. I'm just saying, it seems a little sus to me. And, you know, we'll hash that out in the courtroom, without a doubt. We'll hash that all out in the courtroom. But it seems a little odd that you claim evasion of service back in December, but yet in January of this year, you say that we're unaware of this case. Huh. That's odd. That's odd. And that's all I'm really going to say about it. It's the same lawsuit filed in now a third court in Michigan. And I guess, Thomas, I'm just going to say this one's not going to fly any better than your last one did. Obviously, we will respond to your summons. And we're going to make sure that the court is aware that this case has been filed now 3 times in 3 different courts against basically the same people for the same silly shit. And again, in this most recent filed case, you're again claiming this big conspiracy that your attorney tried to convince the Wayne County Court of. And the Wayne County Court, if you remember right, Thomas, said they weren't buying into that big conspiracy theory that you're putting in front of the court. But it is what it is, dude. I mean, I haven't been on for 3 weeks, yet your little puppet, David Schurter, still continues to talk mad shit about myself, my wife, and other people who, you know, pop into this channel. Several of your other cohorts are still out there talking shit. We're not letting you bother us. We're living our life. We're doing our own thing. But if you continue to be ridiculous and attempt to bring this crazy shit to court, I'm going to have no choice but to ask the courts to put an injunction against you and against your attorney and sanction your attorney for my legal fees, because there's really no sense in me spending thousands and thousands of dollars to continually fight your ridiculous lawsuits that you keep filing over and over again. I mean, at some point, Thomas, you're going to have to take the L and realize that you once again have lost in the court of law. And you can't prove defamation, because the only person who's done any major defaming or any major harm to anyone is you harming us for 8.5 years. 8.5 years we've put up with your bullshit. And I finally got tired of it. And you've threatened to sue me for that 8.5 years. But yet you didn't sue me. You came after my wife to re-traumatize her. The only reason you even threw any lawsuit at Pavana is to cause her harm and humiliation and to traumatize her. And you know that, and I know that, and the court's going to know that. But you're right, Thomas. This will all be hashed out in a court of law eventually. And this is not going to work out well for you. And I am going to ask the attorneys to come after you and your lawyer, for that matter. Your lawyer's just as liable as you are for my legal fees, because your lawyer has already been provided evidence that a lot of the things that you claimed were lies. And your lawyer knows this is all bullshit. Yet your lawyer keeps filing this shit. And as far as I'm concerned, now your lawyer is harassing us. And your lawyer is stalking us. The same as you are. And I want to make sure the courts are aware of the dirty deeds. And I am coming after you for my legal fees back. And at this point, I might just decide to file a suit against you for defamation, because it's continued to this very day. So I just want to let you know, Thomas, yes, we received your silly summons, your alternate service of it. I do know that you told the court that Pavana was evading service, which is totally false. I can prove she wasn't evading service, by the way. And it's not hard to prove that because we acknowledged your first suit and we saw you in the courtroom. We were present during the hearing. And you know we have an attorney. So therefore, instead of your lawyer, Barry Powers, sending ridiculous demand letters, again, to myself and or my wife, your lawyer should appropriately be sending things to our attorney, not to us. But he keeps sidestepping that little part of things. He keeps sidestepping that shit. So yeah, it's not going to look really good for you or your attorney, to be honest, in my opinion. It doesn't look like it's going to look very good for you. So you just keep playing your games, Thomas, and you're going to keep winning stupid prizes, and it's only going to get worse for you in the long run. And tell old Barry Powerless to stop sending my wife and myself emails and demand letters demanding that we remove content and that we bow down to you. It's not going to happen. I've told you that in the past. As a matter of fact, I told your lawyer that as well. It's not going to happen. So tell your lawyer to cease and desist sending stuff to us. If he has legal correspondence, he knows who our attorney is, and he needs to be sending that to the attorney. And stop harassing and threatening Pavana and myself. That doesn't look good, Mr. Powerless. Doesn't look good at all for you. But I just kind of wanted to make everybody aware that Thomas's so-called third lawsuit, he obviously did file a third lawsuit in a federal court in the Eastern District of Michigan. And it's basically the same suit full of all the same bullshit. So here we go with round 3. So let's see. Federal court's going to realize who and what Thomas is. They're going to kick this shit out immediately. Yeah, I would assume so. And we're definitely going to make them aware of what the hell's actually been going on. Thomas is old and he's sick. His roommate was overheard at Starbucks telling the barista that Thomas can't even wipe his own ass. That could be true. I don't know. Could be true, I guess. Between that and the sores on his arms and his distorted gut that looks like he's ridden with parasites, Thomas isn't doing so well. Yeah, I mean, I've said for a long time, I think he's in pretty bad health. You know, he always claims that about me as well, but, you know, I go out there and work hard every day. So I can't be in too bad a health, right? Right? So I don't know. I'll give you guys a quick peek. Our office area
while I've been away from YouTube, I've been busy remodeling the house, and I patched walls, painted walls, put in some new vinyl laminate flooring. You can see we removed the big monitor that was up there on the half wall right by Pavana's desk with our cameras on it. We've moved that now, and it is actually over there on the other side of the room on a cabinet. And I've still got a little more work to do in here remodeling, but it's a totally different space. The eraser board that everybody used to like to try to read that was here next to my desk is no longer here. It's been replaced with a photo of a barn that I took a while back. And yeah, so I'm just busy remodeling and taking care of things that need taken care of instead of worrying about these idiots. And we'll come on and stream and discuss the morons every once in a while. I've got to finish remodeling this area. The next step of it is tearing out our computer areas, our office area, and I'm putting down matching laminate hardwood flooring in here, and I have to paint some walls in here, and I'm actually changing the countertop that we've had in here for, I don't know, 25 years as our desks. It's a kitchen counter, and I'm actually changing that to a different color. It's going to be black now to kind of go with the black and the gray motif. So I still have a little bit of work to do. I'm hoping to finish most of that by this weekend. And once I'm completed with it, I'll shoot a video or something, and we'll give you a little closer look at what we did. But we got a lot of things going on here, and we're taking care of our own things. I'm not going to concern myself with Thomas and these idiots. We're also getting ready to get a roof put on the house. We had some storm damage from the spring and fall wind storms that we had, where we had 65-mile-an-hour wind gusts. And then this winter we had an excessive amount of snow compared to normal. We had like 87 inches of snow so far this winter, and we had a lot of ice. So our roof took some damage. We don't have any leaks, but we had some roofers come out and take a look at it, and hopefully within the next week or so, they'll be up there pounding on the roof and tearing off the one layer that's up there and putting some new roofing on. But anyway, yeah, it's crazy. So we'll go ahead. We'll take a listen into Schurter's most recent craziness, which was 2/17. So this would have been yesterday.
At 10 o'clock when I do them, but this one is just going to be too good. I couldn't wait. I mean, I even took a bath this morning thinking.
Look at how happy and joyous this fucking moron thinks he is.
That would slow me down, but. So the first thing I want to say is, Tara Joyce, I feel your pain. I feel your pain. After reading your article this morning, I feel your pain, because Shelby County, Iowa Sheriff Neil Gross and his whole entire department, they don't ever do their job. And you have these serious allegations that you want people to listen to. And so, since you were so kind to give everyone your email address on that blog that you just started, that seems to be all about me.
Oh, it's all about David.
I sent you an email and sent screenshots of your entire article to all the people that are investigating for me, all of the legal, all of the law authorities, and all of the people investigating. I sent your article, screenshots of your article, to all of them.
Uh-huh.
I'm not going to publish those screenshots.
All his investigators, guys, all these investigators, has anybody yet been contacted by a single investigator that David Schurter or Thomas Schoenberger or any of these other morons have claimed are investigating any of us? Has anybody heard from a single investigator? I know I haven't. And I'll bet nobody else has either.
Because I know how you are about copyright. But I wanted investigators to know what you were saying and to have a point of reference if anything in that article should change or be deleted. I wanted everyone to know. And I sent it out this morning, but you know that. And I put the link to your article on my blog, and I put it on my GoFundMe campaign. You wanted it. You want people on my GoFundMe to know what you're saying. So I posted your link right on that GoFundMe so that people can see.
By the way, Dave, how is that GoFundMe working out for you? I know you raised enough to pay your taxes, and it looks like it just went stagnant from there, which tells me we could probably figure out who the donators were to cover your taxes. It clearly shows that nobody really gives two shits about you or donating to your GoFundMe, because it hasn't made any movement in quite some time.
Funny part about it is, Hunter, aka Smokey the Clown, you really are one of the dumbest fuckers I've ever met in my entire life. You realize that Sewertown wants to unalive me, right? You can just go read the emails from yesterday.
Oh, here we go. Here's the new twist again. Now Sewertown wants to unalive Dave. Okay. All right. We get it.
It's on that blog. It's in the description. What they're going to do is what their plan is, dumbass, is they're going to unalive me. And then when it comes to doling responsibility, they're going to say how it's this fucking felon's fault who brags that he has connections to Hitman with all of his MS-13 buddies and all of that. And Sherilyn, they're even going to throw you under the bus, because in Tara Joyce's article, she says that you were this supposed conversation that we had with Smokey, you were okay with him getting a Hitman. But Smokey is one of the dumbest motherfuckers I've ever come in contact with my entire life. If I was going to commit a crime, it wouldn't be his.
There's that little notification ding again.
I would not involve his dumb ass. But you wanted everyone to know, Tara. And so I've made sure everyone knows. Everyone can go read your article. All of the police and the people that are investigating and all of this shit that I set out to, they have screenshots of your entire article. They don't even have to click your link.
Uh-huh.
And you know it. Because I sent you an email this morning. It'll be the last email I send you.
I'm sure it will.
But I first sent it out asking Corey Daniel, a.k.a. the Phoenix Enigma, and Sherilyn Schlechter, who I also sent it to, I wanted them to share it with you. But then after I found out that your email address is posted on your little blog and you want people to email you, I decided, okay, fuck, you can call me unsolicited when I never gave you my phone number, but you're putting your email address all out there. So yeah, I emailed you.
Oh my God, he's so sinister.
I hope you liked jail, Hunter, because that's exactly where they want to send you. They want to send you back there.
Uh-huh.
They're setting you up.
Uh-huh.
And you're too fucking stupid to actually realize it. It's kind of sad. But it's bullshit anyway. The stuff that Tara Joy said was ridiculous. Just stupid. But I sent it off to legal authorities because there are some severe allegations in there. And my sheriff doesn't do their job. And now the Sheriff Gross is out of the office for an indefinite time, which is what comes up in his email. And they don't do their job anyway. I sent it to all of the people that I know who do their job, that are involved with law enforcement. I sent it all to them.
Of course you did.
That's what I did.
Of course.
Then I have to say that Thomas Schoenberger, I sent an email to you yesterday saying that I wish that I would have never accepted those donations from you. You sent me $120 in a 6-week time period, right when you first met me over 2 years ago. And I have never heard the last of it. You just continue, go on and on and on. But yesterday, you made it all worth it for me. You made it all worth it for me. You see, I'm glad that you've gone on and on and on and on about those fucking donations. That $120 that you sent me for food. Because it was only $120. It was over 2 years ago. But yesterday, you told me that Johnny Dub knew who I was, and it was in my live stream before you ever even knew who I was. But the timing doesn't fit because of those donations. You knew me way before you and Johnny Dub and that Australian dude, Chris McKimpsey Jones, whatever the fuck his name is, started tag team harassing me through email every day, all day. You knew who I was first, but you lied. And it's because you want to convince me that Johnny Dub is not Lucian Greaves, founder of the Satanic Temple. You are dead set against that. But I can prove that you're a liar by your donations. And you donated to me when you donated under Sophia Music. So I can easily prove when those donations started and when you and Johnny Dub and that Australian Chris dude started your campaign to fucking harass the shit out of me. You knew me before he started emailing me. It's an easily provable lie. And I know that you fuck with your emails. You'll send me emails and then delete those emails, so I take screenshots of everything immediately now. I take screenshots before I even read the shit. Because I know how this game works. But the whole situation is, you guys are fucked. And obviously you guys are just lying and lying and lying and lying. Trying to just throw as much shit on the wall as you can. But I'm saying right now, Smokey is fucking stupid. He's stupid. If I get unalived, because I would never hurt myself, ever. Never. And anyone who knows me knows that it would never happen. I would never just disappear. Wouldn't do it. If I hadn't done it yet, I certainly ain't gonna do it now. You know? So if something happens to me, it's Sewer Town. All the people in Sewer Town, the first idiots I would look at, Daniel Dowd, Gio Farnsworth, Tara Joyce, they were the ones who actually bragged about being involved with the murder of Owen. And Tara Joyce. So you're saying that I've said on my live that you have child porn on your phone, which I've never have. So instead of just speaking in these fucking general terms, oh, he said this in a live. I know you watch every fucking thing I do. I know you're watching right now. I know you're all watching right now. So why don't you share everyone the link to the actual live and give the actual time stamp that I said it. Easy peasy, right? Not a link of shit you supposedly took off my live. A link to my published live with the timestamp of what I said and when I said it. It should be easy for you. Fuck, Corey Daniel can remember the very minute he drove under an overpass just driving around for his job. He knows the exact minute of it, so it shouldn't be that hard to actually, the link of the live I myself published with the timestamp to what I said, you said I said. You know?
No, we don't want to share links to your live to send traffic to your channel. We'll just show your lives.
I'm fighting child traffickers. That's the summary.
No, you're not.
All of the people who were involved with helping Jeffrey Epstein and all of this fucking child trafficking, that's who I'm focused on. That's who I'm focused on. Let me give you this list. Michael Aquino, Gabe Hoffman, Thomas Schoenberger, Lucian Greaves, founder of the Satanic Temple, who has that Satanic Temple after school daycare. I'd be willing to bet that 14-year-old in Florida who just got busted being involved in this satanic neo-Nazi pedophile ring, and he just got busted on the grounds of terrorism and child pornography, I bet he's connected to them. I bet he's connected to that satanic after-school daycare. They need to learn who was talking to him online, getting him involved in the shit that he was getting involved with. Because it's the people that I'm dealing with, I bet.
Right.
It's not like Daniel Dowd doesn't brag about how he's talking to minors online, meeting them in person. So you have Michael Aquino, Gabe Hoffman, Thomas Schoenberger, Lucian Greaves. Now let's just look at Sewertown, because Sewertown is the low-hanging fruit. They're all involved. Corey Daniel, a.k.a. the Phoenix Enigma, who's everything dead Isaac Cappy. He's controlled the narrative for dead Isaac Cappy since Isaac Cappy ended up dead. And his wife, Isaac Cappy's girlfriend, the supposed one who was the last one to talk to him when he was alive, Alicia Ray, also known as the Sicilian Witch. Then you have Jesse Davis and Paula Davis, who have all of these porn businesses, as well as the barely legal porn production.
How many times does this guy got to be told, Pavana and I don't own any porn businesses, and we have no ties and never have had any ties to the barely legal porn industry?
That's Paula Davis's. That's what Tara Joyce is completely connected to. Daniel Dowd, Geo Farnsworth, they're the ones who bragged about murdering Owen. Daniel Dowd wants to be heralded as a hero because for 4.5 years he was never around, didn't know Isaac Cappy, but now he and Corey Daniel want to be heralded as heroes because not only was Corey Daniels not driving under an overpass and Daniel Dowd was gone, Daniel Dowd and Corey Daniel were on the bridge trying to save Isaac Cappy, a man that Corey Daniels went on and on for 4.5 years that he didn't know. Didn't know anything about, even though he married his ex-girlfriend, but didn't know anything about him. Manny Chavez, a.k.a. DeFango. Brett Trimble. Brett Trimble is the military policeman that they have that's helping them make all the shit go away. He was the one who instrumented the whole fucking bullshit about Isaac Cappy. That's what he did. You know? Is there anybody I forgot? I would start with that group.
Yeah.
They're heavily involved with all this child trafficking. I would want to know about those 25, 26 homeless camps that Corey Daniels talks about. That he checked out those 25 homeless camps and there's no child trafficking anywhere. If I was a fucking investigator, I would start with him. Find out what he knows about those homeless camps.
Of course.
Since it was a homeless camp on the border of Arizona that had shackles for children bolted to the trees. But, you know, obviously Tara Joyce's allegations are serious and they need to be taken seriously. They need to be investigated. And Shelby County, Iowa Sheriff Department isn't helping them at all. But they don't do their job. That's what I find. Bill McDaniels is basically going out and finding women that he can charge, and then he'll reduce the charges if they give him a fucking blowjob.
What?
And it's decimating the women.
Oh my God.
Or Chad Butler, whose younger brother was selling meth and fucking kids. Selling meth to kids and fucking kids. And he's second in charge. So now Neil Gross isn't there. Is Chad Butler running everything? You know?
He's so theatrical.
You can see that all of this needs to be looked at. But they were involved with the murder of Isaac Happy. I believe they were involved in the murder of Tracy Twyman. If you look at the email that they posted yesterday, sent me yesterday, they were involved with the murder of Owen Wingert. Laughed about it. And now my name is on that list. They include my name.
Uh-huh.
So they're going to try and unalive me. That's my guess. They're going to try and unalive me and then blame it on the fucking felon who's running around bragging how he knows hitmen because he's involved with MS-13 gang members. The same one who stole, and all of this can easily be proven. You just have to go click on the description. But they're all in here, and they're all in here with anonymous little names to try and actually make all of this seem like, oh, he's crazy. Oh, he's crazy. Go read the shit for yourself. You know? No. You're not gonna actually go and start dissing on Jesus Christ. They don't believe in Jesus Christ. They don't believe there's going to be any accountability for anything they do. They believe they're the power. And they have the authority. And they have the control. And for a long time they did. That's starting to break apart. Because why all of these people are so focused on my ass, I don't even get 150 people to watch my videos.
That's right.
I'm just an itty bitty little YouTuber with some stuff to say. So why are they so focused on me? There's not 33 people in here either. Now they're insulting me and sending bots in. Which I guess if you think that's going to work for you, go right ahead. You know, doesn't change the facts of anything. And the authorities that are involved are going to listen to this shit just as well as the fucking Dead Isaac Happy Club is.
Of course they are.
You know? They're going to watch all of it. But Tara Joyce, first of all, I don't wear panties. I wear boxers. And the things that you're asserting are quite serious. Needed to be turned into the police. So I did just that. Now when people actually go to my GoFundMe, they can go click on your link and read your shit. Of course, I also put my rebuttal right underneath that. I think it's only fair. If I'm going to give you access to one of my venues, I'm going to have a retort to your allegations. It's just fair. This child trafficking thing needs to be investigated. It needs to be investigated.
Uh-huh.
If I were you, Sherilyn and Hunter, I'd be shaking in my shoes because Sewertown is about ready to try and set your stupid asses up. They are.
Uh-huh.
They are opportunists after all. Now they feel that they can probably get away with unaliving me and then blame it off on the felon who's bragging that he has all these connections to MS-13 and all of these gangs and can get a hitman anytime he wants.
So there's the other new twist in his narrative now is that Sewertown is trying to set up Smokey and Sherilyn and we're trying to get a hitman to take David out. That's the new twist to his narrative to try to keep his grift alive. Wow.
What a fucking dumbass. You're just so stupid. You just don't get it. And Sherilyn, the old bartender, they're going to decimate the two of you.
Yeah, the bartender, he doxed her and put her image on his blog. Excuse me. Excuse me. He doxed her and put her image on his freaking blog, an image of her when they were having lunch together. How fucking ridiculous is that you dox that poor woman?
All the while they're pretending to be your friends. Because that's how they work. That's how they work with each other. That's how they work with each other. And they're desperate to try and get all of this to go away because they don't want this child trafficking to ever be exposed. But I'm not focused on Jeffrey Epstein and those files. How the fuck are those working for you? Getting really far on it with it, are you? Think there's going to be any kind of justice anytime soon with it? Really? I think God has already punished Trump for hurting children. I think he's about ready to be claimed by the fucking dark and he's fucking being eaten from the inside out. He's deteriorating in front of everyone's eyes. President Dark Hands, isn't they what they call him? Cankle ankles. He's not in the best health. And yeah, do I think he's going to end up in the dark? Most assuredly.
Ankles? What the fuck?
Most assuredly.
That's his.
Him
that's
and all the people who follow him. Because I believe in the end,
Trump.
He was the false prophet. He is the false prophet. Never have seen any politician that has been able to do what he's done with this whole cult-like mentality. Got you all to even wear the mark on your foreheads. He is Fred Trump's boy, after all. You know?
Yeah, no.
But do I think Hillary and Bill are going to end up in the dark too? Yeah. Obama? Yeah. Biden? Yeah. Yeah. The Bush family? Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Everyone suffers old age. We just happen to be in the time of judgment right now. Not to mention he's fucking going insane. We're being run by someone who has Alzheimer's. Openly Alzheimer's. And the aggressive kind that makes the people fucking angry. The fourth stage of Alzheimer's is violence. My grandmother Schroeder had Alzheimer's. They ended up having to stick her ass in a home after she tried to stab my dad with a fork. That's what ended up happening with Alzheimer patients. It's only a matter of time. The dude's going to attack someone, and he won't be able to stop himself. That's part of Alzheimer's. And when he's gone, there's not a one who's going to be able to take his place. J.D. Vance can't take his place. Stephen Miller sure as fuck ain't going to take his place. All the people that he has around him, Kristi Noem, Pam Bondi, not a one of them is going to take their place. And when things go down, and they're going to go down, those people should be afraid. Because America is not headed for a civil war. We're not headed for a civil war. We're headed for a revolution. And in the end, those motherfuckers, if it follows through historically what every other revolution has gone through, they're going to fucking drag those motherfuckers out into the streets and tear them apart. That's how this shit works. They drug Mussolini's dead corpse through the whole fucking town. They don't have to worry about Nuremberg trials. They're going to be eaten alive by the fucking rabid hordes they have created in the last 10, 15 years. That's what's going to end up happening. It's what happens historically in every revolution. Every revolution. If people actually would read fucking history books instead of burning them, you know. Oh yeah, the hordes are going to get shredded, huh? Who backed down in Minnesota? Wasn't the people. Who backed down in Washington, D.C.? Wasn't the people. Who backed down with all of these tariffs? Wasn't the people. Just saying. Just saying. Just pointing out the obvious.
Just pointing out the obvious. So let's take a peek at what Thomas is saying to Schurter in the background. So Thomas apparently said, I'm not blowing sunshine up your ass. And then I'm guessing David Schurter did an AI overview of Thomas's shit, which is kind of weird that they keep using the AI to tell them things, apparently. Gemini. He's using Gemini. And what else is weird is you see in these emails, they always say 99 plus emails. Does that mean that that's the emails Thomas is sending to him? Thomas Schoenberger, do what you want. I'm focused on creeps higher up the org chart. Quit being so bitchy. Try responding respectfully in a non-public setting. In other words, DM him in private or something. Don't talk about him publicly. Once again, I do not think Johnny Dub is Doug Mesner, unless you can show he also had a Twitter handle called Duality of Man in 2017. We know that, Thomas. I think he's tricking you, he says. And as far as Sarah, she seems she is nice and intelligent. Later. And then Thomas says, maybe God does want you to focus on Dowd and Corey. Who am I to get? David always shares this in a weird ass way. Who am I to get in your way? But I don't ever try to make me out to be a brown nose, because I'm not. I don't take shit from anybody, including you. And then he said, this has nothing to do with ego. You are not understanding, but hey, I'm just a musician and you are the all-powerful shaman. So you think that validating things makes people safer? No, David, that's not true. These monsters crave power. Once attained, they will eat their own to keep the power. They always about eating their own, you know. Here, since you're focused on Dowd, he has targeted me much longer than he has attacked you. Feel free to send it to Leo's. I'm going back to my purpose. Good luck. And then he apparently attached something, which is probably the same old dumb shit that he claims, you know, is proof that Dowd wants to target Thomas. Thomas says, and by the way, you're the one who goes up on social media like you're some sort of a judge. You're not. You're an old man like me. We are not important, neither of us. It's complete crap if you think I've ever been associated with Sewer Town. When you come out with some real information and then some speculation, it casts a spurious shadow on the rest of your research. Brian John Word is not Doug Mesner. Prove me wrong. They have been threatening me in an extortion racket if I don't show up and debate them on their stupid channel. No, that's not extortion, Thomas. I simply said, if you wanted all of this to end, you needed to come here and be a man and apologize for what you've done to so many people, and then just go away and leave everybody alone. It's got nothing to do with extortion. It was option A. You chose option B. That's your own fault. You lack the humility to admit when you're wrong. You talk about people's arrogance, but you refuse to face your own arrogance. You are not a judge of me, nor will you ever be. Refute my argumentation if you've got the balls. I don't know if it's self-delusion due to arrogance or if you're caught up in your own crazy world, but I'm going to call out bullshit when I see it. And if you don't like it, tough, Thomas says. The facts clearly show Johnny Dub is Brian John Word. He has been yanking your chain. He enjoys LARPing. So then David goes on to comment back with his own stupid shit. And Thomas goes on, no, he was in your live stream before I knew who you even were. Him and I had not spoken in 3 years prior to this. He made videos in 2017 to 2020 for me. I'm telling you that he loves pranks. And once again, let me remind you of the facts. I donated a small amount of money to you after I saw your video on Corey Daniels, and I noticed you were the first one to call out his bullshit in years. And then when I talked to you, we got along well. You made it clear that you wanted to be the only warrior on the battlefield. And then I felt blindsided when you attacked me because I hadn't done anything to you. At the same time, Brian apologized to me for prior bad acts. See attached. By associating me with Sewer Town, you are giving power to my adversaries and making claims that are unsubstantiated. I never appeared on Sewer Town. I do not work with them, and I resent you even assuming this publicly. I don't have victim mentality. I am suing these people. You also assumed Gabe Hoffman and I were playing some sort of legal game. We were not. He attacked me publicly. I had no idea who he was, and I hit back. Then he sued me, and I won. These are the facts. Thomas, you really didn't win. Gabe just chose not to continue the case and take it into the Utah courts. He was simply told by the Florida courts they could not enforce any rulings upon you in Utah, and that Gabe would need to file the case in the Utah courts, and Gabe decided not to. You didn't win anything. You were actually fixing to get your ass kicked should Gabe have followed through and filed it in Utah. I don't hate you, but spare me the blowing smoke up your ass BS. That's not how I roll.
Elizabeth Muller is activated.
I am not always right like the Sewer Town idiots. You're right, Thomas. You're not always right because you lie. The Sewer Town idiots are right because we tell the truth and we provide proof of what we are talking about, unlike you guys. I am a composer who has shown bad judgment in the past. I make mistakes. I'm not perfect, but I'm honest. You're far from honest, Thomas. I gave you a hard time because you deserved it. You made false allegations about me. I do have compassion for the pain you have suffered, but I am no invertebrate. I want to see these folks face hard justice. I'm neither a friend nor an enemy. I'm suing these creeps. I'm not suing you. I have had no contact with Brian since the day I told you I cut contact with him. I bear him no ill will. He's a jester. Sewertown is different. It's a criminal gang. Brian is a solo act. Handyman's troll. Wow. And then Johnny Dub. Thomas Schoenberger, I wanted to apologize to you, my dear friend. You did not deserve this. You are a dear friend and a wonderful person. Apparently, that's something that Brian Word from another one of his sock accounts, Karma's Admin 1 or whatever, Admin, another one of Brian Word's fake accounts. I'm just asking if you can stop being aggressive towards me and maybe start to think about the evidence that I have sent you. And I have approached you in a non-aggressive way, and my only requirement is that humility is a two-way street, and things have to be reasonable. I'm a freak of nature musically. Where the hell? I'm a freak of nature musically, but they don't talk about that. They just try to make me out to be a freak and isolate me. Kind of the exact thing they have done to you. If we discuss things, let's agree not to attack each other and operate with reason and evidence chain. David replies, I find it funny that you get so incensed that I not tell you who you are, but you go on and on and on and tell me who I am, like you fucking have ever broken bread with me, dickhead. Have we ever hung out? No, we haven't. And Johnny Dub was in my live streams before you, and that doesn't tell you something? I have better things to argue with your egotistical, self-satisfied ass. You don't like me, you don't respect me, then get the fuck away from me. It's an easy solution. I don't trust you, and I don't much like you, and I think you're a bad man. Just saying. Signed, David. Then Thomas goes on. Number one, I actually liked chatting with you. You were intelligent, and my initial impression is you had to a battle to wage, and I respect that. Number two, it's true we never met. Number three, you think I have researched you deeply? I have not. Number four, since we do not know each other, let's not accuse each other of egotism. Yes, I am very self-assured when it comes to music, but in most other areas I have my faults, like the rest of us, including you. Number five, you do not know me, therefore do not judge me. Why is it so important for you to publicly state you don't trust me? That's kind of revealing, just saying. And I guess I must be a bad man for making a small donation to you because I felt bad for you and did not want you going hungry. You go ahead and be Mr. Big Shot. I'll go back to my music. When you learn some humility, especially towards your donors who have helped you when they felt compassion, then maybe, just maybe, we can have a normal conversation rather than these triads and accusatory jousts. You say that we're both bitches. I'm straight, so actually it would be bastard in my case. And I don't give a shit that you're gay. I have had gay friends since I was a teenager, and I have no problem with them. Do me a favor and consider my words for a week and refrain from mentioning me. Ruminate on what I've sent you and on my approach to you. You want to hate me. You know that that's how you feel, and that's not how I feel towards you. I don't feel anything. I don't know you. Therefore, I really can't judge you, and vice versa. Let's see. And you have a right to dislike me intensely. What doesn't matter to me, that doesn't matter to me. We are both of an age group where we can speak our minds and not worry about what other people think. I'm telling you that when the next Epstein list is made public, you're going to see banks crash, you're going to see financial houses devastated, and you're going to see a bunch of really rich billionaire crooks leaving the U.S. And I say good riddance. I'm not mad at you, just so you know, but you could make things a lot easier on yourself if you reported what was going on to your therapist, and then have your therapist make a report with the federal authorities regarding the harassment and the threats that you're receiving from these individuals. So now he's trying to get Schroeder to file some false reports with the feds. I don't threaten you. So far, I've witnessed them threaten to impoverish you, make you homeless, commit arson and murder, lynch you, and put out personal details of your past that they had no right to do. Furthermore, they are illegally using private detective tools to obtain information not readily available to the public, and then they are putting it on blast under documenting David Schroeder. Doing endless YouTube videos is your right, but you're not going to get the help you need unless you talk to the right authorities or tell your therapist that you've got witnesses galore and that you're not making this up. I'm pretty blunt. You tethering with me, a very people that attacked me, is comical. I could respond publicly, but then I would become just like them. Not my circus, not my fleas. I have chosen to become a plaintiff in more than one lawsuit. I cannot divulge the details, but it's serious because I want a judge and jury looking at this with sober eyes, ears, and mind. That's why I handle things. I guess you can handle things the way you see fit, but don't go thinking that I hate you. That's foolish and wrong. I don't regret making a donation to you. You were hungry. I helped to feed you. They distorted things and then tried to make it appear as if I was paying you $500 a month and Sarah was paying you money as well, all for the nefarious purposes, and all of it is utter BS. I consider you as an equal in intelligence to me, and I am no better than you, nor worse. I'm just a human being living out my 25,000 days. You had a rough childhood, and I have compassion for you, but I have no bad feelings about sending you money when you needed it. Underneath all that anger that you have is a servant's heart. With that being said, I defended myself when you attacked me. You and I both know it. That does not mean that I harbor any ill will toward you, and if you were in danger, I would protect you. I guess that makes me a bad man. Because I am a passerby, those who see with their eyes are blind and bound. Those who see and hear with their hearts understand the kingdom of God. I am a messenger of God, Thomas says, an instrument of God. Everyone must stand alone. If you are strong, you can stand alone. There is little time. August 8th, 2027. Everything we ever knew is gone, he says. Wow. Wow. And I don't know who the hell wrote this, because David Schroeder blacked out who it came from, apparently. It says it's pretty graphic, but I'm glad things are being exposed. I still don't think there will be arrests, which is disgusting and wrong by design to dishearten the normal good people and cause them to question or lose their faith. The adversary sucks. One last thing, as of yet, I have no idea what this means or why, but I thought I should add this. Automated reply. I don't know what the fuck. It must be something he sent. Oh, he sent this crap to Neil Gross, and he got a message back that he's out of his office for some time. He didn't say indefinite amount of time. He just said some time. So who knows? Fucking ridiculous. Utterly ridiculous. Wow. So anyway, with that being said, let's check out a little more comedy, and I'm going to end this. I got people trying to blow my phone up, and I've got some work to do tomorrow, so they won't let me link the panel, the StreamYard link. So let's just end it with a little bit of comedy, shall we?
That would taste good with peanut butter. That was delicious. And a little salt. These people are so gross and nasty.
I've had enough of this. Get this out of here.
Jesus fucking Christ.
Take 2. Take 3. I swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help me God.
Oh my God! The Sun's on fire! I hit the button. Oh, it's working.
Take 4. Take 5. Filthy prostitute. Her mob and these other people that are a part of this extortion ring. To harass and steal that is going to get her in a lot of trouble. Believe me. Now the FBI has dropped news of them. She's taken a fake video that was put up by a couple of her criminal friends, and I mean criminal. Jesse and Paula Davis. If you're not as stupid oh my God, I want to puke at the bottom.
Oh.
And it annoys the heck out of me.
kill a whore? Stripper pole. Nobody could be more satanic or evil. You have a right to be stupid. Bombshell on Denise and Thomas. What is that? Oh my gosh, glitter. This is a vicious mob. This is a vicious mob. And that filthy whore, really filthy troll, poop fetish.
Oh, God.
This gang is huge. Then I started thinking about those men in such tight uniforms. Yum. And I did see lots of pictures.
Check this. Guys, check out these handsome police officers. Which one is your favorite? Let me know in the comment box.
Then I was looking at this video.
When the sun goes down on my side of town, that lonesome feeling comes to my door and the whole world turns.
But you know me. I always got to take it a little bit deeper. Doing it. Deep. But anyway, look at the madness, the insanity when people start interacting, particularly in a close environment where they feed off each other. Where was I? Well, this is, I'm going to, two people have the same fantasy going on. Move like that, like one body. When a third person walked into the room, there's a dragon over there. When I stroke his neck, he vibrates. I started thinking about, okay, we got the three people. Get on your knees and claim Jesus. Jesus gonna buy you, oh Lord, won't you buy me a Mercedes Benz? And that's a very satanic thing. Mary is a demon. Moses was a drug addict. And the burning bush, love stories, star-crossed lovers, total defilement. I'm going to grab my train of thought back. Jews are racist. The Jewish American community is more racist than Hitler's Germans. And Hollywood is Jewish mafia.
Wow, Denise. Wow. All right, guys. Well, that's the end of the show tonight. As usual, peace out till next time. I'll try to give a little bit more advance notice before we stream next time. But I hope everybody has a good end to their week. We made it through hump day. It's Wednesday. And when I get some extra time, we'll pop back on. In the meantime, we'll be keeping an eyeball on all the craziness in the background and behind the scenes. And we'll discuss it next time we go live. Thanks for joining, everybody. Have a great week.
I work in the sewer, it's a very hard job. You know they won't hire just any old slob. You don't have to wear a tie or a coat. You just have to know how to float. We sing the song of the sewer. Of the sewer, we sing this song. Together we stand with shovel in hand to keep things rolling along. I work down a manhole with a guy named Bruce, and we are in charge of all the refuse. He lets me go first while he holds the lid. I'm telling you, sheesh, what a sweet kid. We sing the song of the sewer. Of the sewer, we sing this song. Together we stand with shovel in hand to keep things rolling along. Ooh, a funny thing happened to Bruce yesterday. The tide came along, he got carried away. He come out in Jersey, but it's okay now, 'cause that's where he lives anyhow. We sing the song of the sewer. Of the sewer, we sing this song. We'll sing the song. Together we stand with shovel in hand to keep things rolling along. Billy Baba, Dooley Beaver, my father, he worked in a sewer uptown. I followed his footsteps and worked my way down. That's how I began in this here industry. I just sort of fell into it. Lucky me. We sing the song of the sewer. Sing that song. Of the sewer, we sing this song. Oh, this is the song. Together we stand with shovel in hand to keep